Just that I love you. But now that someone says that you love someone new, just say you want to kill me. Just say you, baby. Just say you, baby. Just say you want to kill me. Want to kill me. Yeah. When the first time that I ever saw you, I tell you that I love you. But now I heard someone say that you love someone new. Just say who, won't you tell me? Just say who, baby. Just say who, baby. Just say who, won't you tell me? Come on, baby, girl. Come on and tell me. Just say
it's a new day, today. A new day, go back this time. Bow your head, swing your arms. Now, do this.
Just like I said, Sapa, me up like a thing. I'm a lyrical lover, nothing better nothing. With my sexual physique, you know me well. Well, know me, know my well, when came to them. I'm just like a person crawling out of the shell. And you come to give me money, put me under the spell. With your post, you I love your sweet smell. You're the only young girl, very violent. Let me hear you, sing it, yeah. I'm going to sing, it's fantastic. Everybody sing it. Don't let the top secret of life get you down. No, no, no. Check it. Don't let the things they say and do weak in your heart and conquer you. Make sure life upon choose. If I no time to see you through, if I want to see you caught in the storm, I know the way. Yeah. Just great. Everybody wants to see your hands like this. I'm singing to everybody. So get on your stand up.
It's a family fun day.
You know, it's perfect opportunity for families to get together in an inexpensive manner and have good, clean fun. And this is what the day has turned out to be. It really is a bonding moment. What I found most unfortunate, to be honest with you, it would appear as if, you know, there are ladies here with their children with no fathers present, and that is unfortunate. This is really an event. You traditionally think kites is a father and son event, but the truth is it's good for all sexes, all ages, and I've seen so many young girls here with their mothers, and they're struggling with their kites and no one here to assist them. So really in future, the fathers need to make the effort to come out and attend an event like this.
It's where you can take, it's a holiday, so you can take the entire family out. Everybody comes out, there's a lot of space, a lot of flying.
I've been involved with the RC for about 15 years in Jamaica, predominantly in the grill, and I fly my planes out in the Great Morass, out in the grill, behind a hotel called Chippewa Village, and I'm interested in all different types of RC planes, both sail planes, 3D planes, jets.
Fly, fly away. Let me make the world each brighter. Like the sun that follows the rain. And if you can make my fall right, then your song's not in vain. So fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. Fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. If you see someone who's lonely and not along the way, tell her she will meet her one and only, who can share love one day. So fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. Fly, fly, little silver birds, fly, fly away. Let me make the world seem brighter. Like the sun that follows the rain. And if you can make that one alright, then your song's not in vain. So fly, fly, little silver bird, fly, fly away. 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 Isn't it strange how princesses and kings and common papers in songs ring? Just why DJs didn't go back last night and the club. Each must take it slowly. Something black. Beaches in the back. Shapeless and the people. I said, people like you and me. Beaches in the back. Beaches in the back. And the people.
Yes, I.
Uh-huh. Somebody planted or something on the ground, man.
Yeah, boy, any man up
Hold it, man. Looking for a stone now. We are passing on the side of the house, Gobby.
we can up on the side, bro. Nice for the people. Come on. Come on,
Yeah. The government school down there. The school down there. Yeah, that doing there. See tiny stone there. And get ready to pelt there now. On the chip in the back, so.
Strength.
Rising. You going rising.
Mm-hmm. That a good buy?
Nah, but I have to go right back behind it. See him deep there?
Mm.
Yeah, you have a big clear spot behind it.
You can pelt it over that wire right here.
Yeah.
There it is. That season again now, huh? Welcome to the Blacknificent show here on the Galaxy of net. Well, a few technical isms and schisms at the moment, right? But we shall ease through the rest of the day and the rest of the broadcast as we go through. Yeah, what going on, yes? Let's see what going on, yes. Anyhow. Yes, so welcome to the Blacknificent show here on the Galaxy of net. I'm hoping that you're all hearing me very well, especially over the internet, right? So I'm just hoping that's coming through, on the clearly as much as what we are here in the studio as well. And we're broadcasting out live to the studio audience here on the Galaxy, right? Lines, I'm going to open the lines early today, right? 0203-289-6504. Realizing said that it's a holiday weekend here in the UK, right? It's a holiday weekend, and it's based around one of their Christian based vacations. The what do you call it now? When they did crucify a black man in Africa, and they say yes, this was one of the best, so we kill him. Mm, yes. Anyway, things haven't changed much, have they? Things have not changed much at all. So they still are going with their foolishness, and they still are going with their hypocritical view towards others as well. But still, hey, that's how they want to live their life. I saw them go on with it, man. I saw them go on with it. Anyway, welcome to the Blacknificent show here on the Galaxy of net. Today we shall be having our midday meditation at the top of the hour, and then we shall be having our ancestral voices, right? And then we should be joined by our sister Sandra from Jamaica, right? If she's available, because she can be very, very busy. Surprise, surprise. We have a little surprise for everybody on that one there too, right? And also in the in the immediate future, I want you all to take action. Take action, okay? So look out for that as well. Get your pens and paper ready for that. That'll be after their ancestral voices. Okay, and also we'll be inviting a guest. I'm hoping that he's going to be available. We're inviting a guest, and we could talk about some material that he has put together in the form of a book on poetry as well. So we look forward to that as well. So throughout the day, we shall be having an uplifting day full of conversation and full of variety. Not true. Eh? Not true. Right, let me see what I'm going to give you a dollar. I'm going to be back in a momento. Uno momento. Go on with it.
I'm a lonely soldier, many miles from home, with a heart that's heavy and a will that's wrong. Behind I left a woman, so dear to me, yeah. Now I'm off to find a one that they say will make me free. I'm alone, soldier. I'm alone, soldier. I'm alone, lonely soldier. Yes, I am. So somebody have mercy on me. Nice little son called Junior, smiling but with sympathy. All confused, he asked a question. He said, Daddy, what must this for? I tried so very hard, yes I did. So very hard, I tried to explain, yeah. But it seems that all I've been trying, Lord, it all seems to be in vain. You know, Lord, I'm tired of hearing people cry. Lord, I'm tired of seeing people die. But I'm very patiently, for next week was the plea.
Well, oh, let me just put this. Because I'm talking, and I haven't got the thing up in the studio. Here we go. I think that's a bit better. Right. Yes. Well, it's coming into that time of year right now that I am coming up to my time, right? And as I've always encouraged everybody to do, right, is to do their rejuvenation meditation as well, right? So this is all a combination of everything that we've done here on the Blacknificent show, and I just want to just explain some things for you, right? So I'm taking this rise in here to just put it into perspective of what's going to be probably the outline of the programs for the near future and everything else, right? Right. Okay, rejuvenation, rejuvenation. At one time or another, just like anything of vintage, they call it vintage now, right? Anything of vintage, you need to refurbish and rejuvenate the whole thing. like when we prepare our vehicles to be inspected. We clean out all the filter them and put some new oil in to the vehicles, and we'll put some new air freshener in some cases, right? Flush out all the old and bring in the new, you know. And these are the things that we need to do on a regular basis, annual basis. So this is something that I've come up with for myself. So I'll be doing very much similar to what we're doing here on the program. So the process is obviously to rise and do a meditation. So that would be round about between like 4, but my time now is like from 4 to 6 a.m. And then rise, do my meditation, do some um, exercise, stretching, movement, or whatever, through yoga or whatever, whichever one that I choose to do at this stage. Yes, sir. Something that is necessary for me to keep a mobility, right? But also at the same time, a self assessment, very important, especially at the early stages. Now, it's the commitment to the betterment, the commitment to the betterment. The betterment meaning saying that, first of all, that which is obvious, that which is obvious that you have to really take a look at to say, something that is not serving me. This habit is not serving me, right? To put away some of these habitual things that are not serving us, right? And don't get me wrong, and this is the reason why I am doing it for myself, you know. And as we go one step further, it's not only what is blatantly obvious. We go to that deeper, that which has not served us over the years, the thinking, the negativity of others and yourself, allowing others to do what they are doing to you, to bring you to the state of where you are even today, right? There obviously has to be a change of one thing. Is it going to be immediate? In some cases, it can be. In some cases, it can be immediate. In other cases, you have to take your time. Take your time. Do it in incremental stages. Yeah. Okay. So there might be something that you have to clear up, like pay off some bills and things like this to ensure that it ain't gonna disturb you in your new designed future, or even just set out something that is gonna say it's not gonna be a worry to me, or the first thought of, oh, do I have to sort this out or that or da da da. No, we put up something that's gonna be there, that's going to help you to put that to one side, right? So obviously, as you're going through your analytical viewing and reviewing, right, and interviewing, that you go through all of these things there, and you just make note of it. Make note of it, the actions that you have to take, right? Now, leading up, this is leading up to the rejuvenation time, right? Obviously, obviously, you're going to go through this, and each stage of it, you're looking for that betterment and betterment and betterment, right? So, in that way, there, give acknowledgement to the process. Be being submissive to the process, right? So, even if it means, say, all right, then physically now, physically, how happy are you with your physical condition right now? Right? How happy are you with your physical condition? Can you say that you feel happy and proud with yourself in that way, dear. And you know, have an honest look, because if you're say you're aiming for a 10 and you're looking at yourself and you're lying to yourself, say that, oh yeah, man, I'm a 7 easy. I must say, I need like a work here and there. But in reality, you're 3 or 4, right? So that means you have 7 or 6 stages of of work that you need to do upon yourself. And as I say, it's not something that is going to be done immediately, but over the next cycle, it can be achieved. It can be achieved, right? Obviously, when I say the rejuvenation process, there's a goal at the end of it, right? How long is this rejuvenation process? Okay, what I do, just very similar to the process of the My Day. The My Day is a process that I use for every month. I do a review and a self analysis, right? So, for instance, my Earth Strong is on the 1st of the 7th, 1st of July. Okay. So every first day of the month, that is the time that I take that time to look at all the aspects of my life, balance it out, know where me there, how much I come, how much I go, right? What can I do to improve? Yeah. What is there that I have been lacking in? Understand? What has been upsetting me? What have I thrived in? Right? What have I promised to do? What have I fulfilled? You know, where have I been lacking? Yeah? Is there room for a new direction to be taken? Hmm? Okay, so all these type of things there, they could be in view and review as well. Right. So we can set those plans out right there, so right. But in the rejuvenation program now, no, it's not only every month, but it is a day for every year of your existence, culminating in your Earth Strong, right? So this year I'll have to do 63 days. 63 days, and on the 63rd day will be my Earth Strong in them ways there, right? 63. Okay. So that means on the 20, what's it now? On the 29th of this month, mhm, on the 29th, no, sorry, the 28th of this month, it'll be 63 days. And I'll be taking it from there. So every day, it will be a day of purposeful, intentional living, right? And everything associated with, and everything that is not associated with, will be all in that theme of rejuvenation, right? Rejuvenation. Now, even on me doing my preparation for this, right? Observation of others who have done very, very similar thing. That, some people, they taken this act of like take it like re- not engaging with social media, not engaging with social media, and in similar ways, for me, it would be only only engaging when it's absolutely necessary, right? So social media, is it necessary? You can answer that yourself, innit? You can answer that yourself. Is it really necessary? No. Right? So therefore, bloom, blank that out. Right? Obviously, there are things that are going to be cropping up that I have to engage in, but only that which is necessary. Right? Social events, social events, you know, those will be cut down to a minimum over those 63 days. The meditation that I'll be participating in will be more intensified. Journaling as well, writing and engaging in that internal dialogue, which I encourage you all to do when we're doing our midday meditation, to do the journaling as well, to really bring to life what you are thinking and doing, right? So, even with that, what I've done, I've purchased a brand new journal as well, which I have at home ready to bring the morning or the risings manifestations, that which I have have come to the awareness through probably my dream state, or that which is inspiring me. So I would write it down. Because what? It's not everything that we remember, you know. Not everything that we remember. You know, how many of us actually sleep, right? And we dream, have a fantastic dream and everything. And then we get up in the morning and we say, wow, that was a really good idea. That's a good idea, you know. And then you just go and have your breakfast and wash and everything and all that things there. And you get to work and you're working away and everything. And then in the afternoon, when you have a little time, you just sit down there and you say, you know, something I had a dream last night. And I can't remember exactly how it got, but it was something like, you know, and that's what it is. It dissipates. If you don't act on it immediately, if you don't document those things immediately, this is what happens. They disappear. They disappear. Right? Those inner visions, those inner messages, if you don't act on them immediately, they disappear. Right? So even the excitement of saying, okay, then I'm going to rise up and I'm going to and go and do a power walk. It would only be for that moment, for that time, right? So as I rise at 4 o'clock, by 4:30, I should be hitting the door, right, to do an hour's power walk, or even to get up and do like a yoga session, right? To go through, do that stretching, do those regular things of challenging myself every day with some form of exercise, right? It will be there in the morning. It will not be the same in the afternoon. It will not be the same in the afternoon, you know? So, when we get these urges and we get this inspiration or inner spirit of vibration, those inner spirit of vibration, we need to activate them. We need to activate it. Yeah? Don't let the vibrations cool down. Bring it into life. Speak it into existence. All these things are there to protect us, to guide us, to help us. Most of our answers already exist. within ourselves. If you're aware of this, if you're aware of these things, right, and you have like youngs around you, encourage them to do exactly the same. Show them, guide them through the process of what was necessary. Guide them through it, right? Allow them to enjoy the gifts that life has for them. The gifts that life has for them. I'm looking up something here right now. I want to share with you as well as I'm speaking here. Right? If you show them the gifts that life has for them, they'll be forever grateful to you. Forever grateful to you. It will be just one of those things that they will just put aside. They will put aside one less worry for them. One less worry. Why? Because the children are in many ways, they are put into a position that they are worrying about the future. How can a young child, be in a state of worry? How can a young child be in a state of worry? But yet, that is what a lot of them are facing. They are literally afraid to even look into their own future. You know how many times I've heard, and it seems strange, it does seem strange, but you know how many times I've heard that a lot of our young people, or a lot of young people, they have no desire to live to their old. They have no desire to live until they get old. There's no excitement for them. There's no purpose for them. This is what society has done for them. This is what society has done to them. It's taken away that zest of living. It's taken away that zest of living. Can you imagine that? You don't even begin your life. You don't even begin your life. And this is what's happening. You don't even want to see the end of it. You cannot even see the end of it. This is what life and society is doing for you. Even when they are guiding them, they're guiding them and cajoling them into accepting a sub-existence of human being. In other words, why would you want to live your natural way when you could live a different way? And even if you do take on that different way, There's no form of production or reproduction in that process. There's no form of reproduction. But yet they're saying, well, you have the choice. You have the choice, you know. It's not a case of you have the choice. That has absolutely nothing to do with it. It's the fact that you don't want the choice. You're feeling that there is no other choice but to give up. Give up. Just let your life go into a non existence. What type of foolishness is that? That is what most of them are really focusing on. A non existence. Their life don't mean nothing, even to them. Their life does not mean anything. And what do they want to do? What do they want to do? And I'm going to tell you now. I'm going to tell you now. I was asked that question. When I was, I think it was about 13, 12, 13 at the time. And my answer was based upon a dream, a fantasy, a fallacy. A dream, a fantasy, a fallacy based upon untruths, lies, deception, orchestrated by a system of society that didn't even want me in the first place. They were not interested in my existence. They were not interested in my future. In other words, even now, they're still trying to eradicate my existence. Yeah. And are we fighting for it? No. We're just standing there, letting them come and destroy us. This is why we need to reinvigorate, rejuvenate, and come back stronger. Our existence is important. Yes, we should aim for living for 150 years. That is what our dream should be. That is what our existence should be. Our strength and our natural timeline is 3 times longer than the existence of this society. 3 times longer. But yet, this is what most of them really are looking at. They don't want you to be. They don't want you to have no future. They don't want you to have that visionary inner vibration. They don't want you to do that. But we know better. We know what's best. We know what's best. This is why we are in full acknowledgement of what our future has to hold for us. We're in full acknowledgement of that. Don't let them win. Please don't let them win. Don't let them win in any way whatsoever. Because if they do, that's us. That's another hole in the wall. That's another hole in the wall. How can we, how can we literally be allowing them to break us like this? How can we be allowing it? But yet, that is what we do all of the time. We're allowing them to do these things to us. We even speak it into the existence of the way how we are looking and talking about ourselves in a disparaging way. The language that most of us are using, even today, the language of identification that we're using, even today, was derogatory towards us as Black people. Not too long ago. The language that we are using today was derogatory towards us as African people. And we take it like fashion now. We take it like that. How can you be looking and stepping into your divine existence with the taint of a system of society still on you? Shed yourself of all of that. Anything and everything. Let's rejuvenate ourselves. Let's rejuvenate ourselves. Let's rejuvenate ourselves and make ourselves stronger. Stronger than anyone has ever seen. Let's make ourselves stronger than anyone has ever seen. Don't let them tell you. Come on now. Come on now. This is us. Without further ado, let's go into our midday meditation this strong here on the galaxy afoui.net. Let's go into our midday meditation. And we start with the power of our breath. Fire breath to all of them.
My mama said that loving could be blinded, but I know my baby only moving on my timing. Boy, I'm really loving all the pressure you're applying. Yeah, when you come around, I'm gonna be smiling. See you return. Yeah. I'm tripping, I'm stumbling up out of mine. When you all on me, making it hard to decline. Give it all to my baby, he always on time. On your body tonight. So I'm here to pull in the light. Wanna be a color, on your body tonight. So I'm here to pull in the light. Oh yeah, you said that loving could be blinded, but I know my baby only moving on my timing. Boy, I'm really loving all the pressure you're applying. Yeah, when you come around, I'm gonna be smiling. See every dawn. Make talk, make me wanna sit down. Wherever you are, your goal is to stay on nature.
You're in tune to the midday meditation here on the galaxyofwe.net. I'd have to say them season there.
My sweet Lord, my Lord, my sweet Lord, I really wanna see you, I really wanna see you, I really wanna see you, Lord, but it takes so long, my Lord, my sweet Lord, oh my Lord, my sweet Lord, I really wanna know you, I really wanna go with you, I really wanna show you love, that it won't take long, my Lord, my sweet Lord, oh my Lord, my sweet Lord, I really wanna see you, 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 it's so long, my Lord, my sweet Lord, oh my Lord, my sweet Lord, I really wanna know you, I really wanna go with you, I really wanna show you, it won't take long, my Lord, my sweet Lord, oh my Lord, my sweet Lord, my sweet Lord, oh my Lord, my sweet Lord, oh my Lord, I really wanna see you, I really wanna be with you, I really wanna see you, it's so long, my Lord, my sweet Lord, oh my Lord, my sweet Lord, Lord of love, my sweet Lord, oh my Lord, my sweet Lord, Lord of loves, Lord of loves, oh my Lord, my sweet Lord, mama, 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 can see it in your eyes. You want a good time, you wanna put your body on mine. Alright, but don't change your mind, don't you change it. Oh no. You on me today, love all this way, so don't let this bus go to waste. Oh no, your pleasure island is where we can go. No, I won't take it easy, no, I won't take your fast. Your eyes say I'm busy, but your lips get to ask. I'll need to fight it when you don't say you're a woman who knows what she likes and show me. You got to show me. Tell me all that you know me. Show me tonight. Yeah, just show me. You got to show me. Tell me all that you know me. Show me tonight. Yeah. The way that you laugh, the way that you smile, makes me feel like you've been waiting a while. Well, guess what, darling, I've been waiting too. We can get freaky tonight. Minus your ticket to ride. Tell me, girl, what you gonna do? No, I won't make it easy, no, I won't make you fast. Your eyes say busy, but your lips get to ask. No need to fight it when you know it feels right. You say you're a woman who knows what she likes, then show me. You got to tell me all that you know. Show me tonight. Yeah, show me. You got to show me. Tell me all that you know. Show me tonight. It's getting freaky. It's roll. It's like you have that boom. We can take it slow. We can slow. Baby, if you're ready for that, it's getting freaky. It's roll. It's like you have that boom. We can take it slow. We can slow. Baby, if you're ready for that, show me. You got to show me. Tell me that you know. Show me tonight. Yeah. Show me. You got to show me. Tell me all that you know. Show me tonight. Yeah. Yeah. You wanna talk, but when I stand, you're not ready for me. You run your mouth, but you ain't gonna go around to me. Yeah. Fuck your pity party when it's all make believe. Sit yourself back down, don't you kiss your teeth. It's all to know you don't want me. No love to no love. Move yourself to me. Don't take it personal. I won't take shit from you. Don't take it personal. I won't take shit from you. Cause I'm big now, you ain't gotta hold me. If I step back, don't mean you're the big man, you never had a hold on me. Don't take it personal. Yeah. Don't take it personal. Company's too dead, I gotta set it straight. You stay on with that back, and I know it's fake. I think it's better you leave me alone. Well, I see something to me now. It's all to know. Don't got what I need. To know. Move yourself to me. Don't take it personal. take it personal. I won't take it from you. If I step back, no, it's 'cause I'm big, man. You ain't got a hold on me. If I step back, don't mean you're the big man. You never had a hold on me. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. Yeah.
I need love, love, oh, to ease my mind. I need to find time, someone to call my mama said, I need love. No, you just have to wait. She said, love don't come easy. But it's a game of give and take. You can't have it, love. No, you just have to wait. Just in the good time. No matter how long it takes. I'll be on it. What I say. She said, love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. How long must I wait? How much more must I take before love relay? Cause my heart to break. So I can care. I love. No, you just have to wait. She said, love don't come easy, but it's the game of give and take. You can't go in love. No, you just have to wait. Just in the good time. No matter how long it takes. Now, love, don't come easy. But I'll keep on waiting until waiting for that soft voice to talk to me at night. For the second on, hold me tight, I'll keep waiting. Ooh, but it ain't easy, you know it ain't easy. Mama said you can't have it love. No, you just have to wait. She said love don't come easy. It's the day all along my way. I wanna love you and treat you right. Wanna love you every day, every night. We'll be together with the roof over our head. We'll share shelter of my single bed. We'll share the roof, yeah. Put your heart free. This love, this love, this love, this love that I'm feeling. This love, this love, this love, this love that I'm feeling. I wanna know, wanna know, wanna know now. No, no, I'm willing and
I put my heart on your lips. I wanna treat you just treat you right. I wanna love you every day, every night. We'll be together with the roof right overhead. We'll share shelter. Oh, my single day. We'll share the same room. Push up. Is this love? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love that I'm feeling? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love that I'm feeling? Oh, yes I know, yes I know, yes I know now. Yes I know, yes I know now. I'm willing and able. I throw my heart on the table. See, I wanna love you, treat you right. I wanna love you every day, every night. We'll be together with the roof on, we'll share the shelter. All my single days, we'll share the sorrow. Your life is again was so hard for you to comprehend. Feeling like a fool, said it's over, but I'm still here standing like a joker. Oh my God, said be careful cause you're not nice. And I should have listened to their advice. Gave you my heart and you broke it twice. Gave you my trust, now I pay the price. Sweet when you lie to me. You don't get shit. I'm gone twice the sun. Oh, better run. Oh, better run from you. Oh, better run. Oh, better run. Run, run. Oh, better run. Run, run. Oh, better run from you. Oh, better run. Oh, better run. Run, run. Oh, better run. Run, run. Picture perfect guy, you hope in disguise. Was up a heart, cause compromise. To give another chance, that wouldn't be right. Your ego, you was struck when you manipulate my mind. Cause I'm say that you're not nice. And I should've listened to that advice. Give you my heart and you broke it twice. Give you my trust, now I pay the price. Gotta run from, away from, away from you. Gotta stay from, away from, away from you. Gotta run away from you. Gotta run away. I gotta run away from something sweet when you lie to me. You don't get cheap, can't spend on me. Now I'm gone twice the sun. Oh, better run. Oh, better run from you. Oh, better run. Oh, better run. Run, run. Oh, better run. Run, run. Oh, better run from you. Oh, better run.
smooth, I know. Yes, this sounds strange for sure. Don't be too quick to judge. It's just the thing about love. You can't choose what you feel. You know if it's real. And I knew exactly just what I felt. And I wanna lose a good thing just because I want it to be good for what it's worth. No, I wanna lose a good thing just because I want it to be good for what it's worth. Going out of the most was just holding you close. I don't care how you feel. People grown, so keep it real. I wasn't even that pressed, and you just keep lying to yourself. I knew exactly just what he felt for you. I wanna go so good just because. I want it to be good for what it's worth. Oh, I want a good thing just because I really want it to be good for what it's worth. I know you're probably judging what I did. I know you're probably hoping I forgive. He don't make it easy to walk away. I know because he make me feel the same. Oh, the way you make it go crazy. Oh, you run away on losing my baby. I just because I really want to
Tell me how you know so. Wait to read my phone. It's a connection from the phone and below to see your focus. So yeah, you haven't been around it. Girl, take all your time when you're ready to be owner. It's a big proposal, it's a bit of close and tell you to come over. We will send it over, tell me if you want. We pull up personally, yeah, you know the scene it cause it goes down. Never been around, so we call the city where we grow, yeah, keep your mind close. I love to see your mind close. The best thing in our life, it does have to fit around you. Tell you put me in a vibe, so what's it feel size? One go deep in your mind, like I told you. Proper from my soul, so pull it down and believe the miracles. Because why you agree? In a love you don't long me no see. All of blood for you that calm for your G. Anything where you send me love to give you what you want. This is the one you agree. In a love you don't long me no see. All of blood for you that calm for your G. Anything where you say me love to give you way. Give you what you want, give you what you like. You set me up if you're right. Just to make you smile, but we left my car, till I saw
profile, if you know the style, check your profile, Gemini. Work with a badge, forever with a such, we be gonna die large, die church. Till you say me have to find worth in every little thing when they put touch your earth, you are one of them. Then you tell, pick up your chest, love yourself. More than any other body will, nothing else. No matter that you own a mess. Certainly it's the secret, believe me. This thing, you make me meditate. And talk about some things that I would never say. Practice that you're supposed to. A little more repose and not make me fully close. No, I just want you agree. Me not look for you, no long, me not see. Roll up blood for you, that can't be a G. Anything when you say, me love to give you what you want you agree. Me not look for you, no long, me not see. Roll up blood for you, that can't be a G. Anything when you say, me love to give you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us on our midday meditation here on the Galaxy of Fui.net. Galaxy of Fui.net. Next, we'll be moving into our ancestral voices. We'll be moving into the ancestral voices on our next segment here on the Blacknificent show. The ancestral voices give us a voice and the messages of those which have been and which are and which are to come as well. Tell the journey of our future. Let's see what we have in store for you for this rising here. This is a message from one of our young sisters here. Right? The awakening of the young lions of Africa. So let's have a listen to our young sister.
Humanizing us through all forms of violence, ranging from the epistemic to the cultural to the linguistic. The list is actually quite long. And if you are a revolutionary Black, history teaches us is that you will be killed. This is a fact of history. But what I would dwell on is our agency as youths. As young African youth, our agency and willingness to get involved in the politics of life is key. We can no longer remain the marginal majority. The Cannabis Queen of the South speaks about how easy this revolution is because all we have to do is make different decisions. All we have to do is change our minds, follow that through with a change in praxis, and voila, la révolution. Without us, the system doesn't work. The system requires us to participate in societies where it is easier to do the wrong thing than it is to do the right thing. Societies are the creations of people, and we need to create societies where doing the right thing is celebrated and promoted, where doing the right thing, the good thing, the thing that results in you becoming the best possible version of yourself is the easier choice. Gaining an education as a youth on this continent should be easy. Black students should not have to protest the use of Afrikaans as an academic medium of instruction in South Africa 40 years after students died for the very same reason in 1976. One of the most incredible things happened to me at this university. Let me tell you a story. So it is the height of Fees Must Fall 2016. And as one of the so-called student leaders here of the revolution, we stage a sit-in at the library. And so now we've blocked the entrance. I'm sitting in the center. And this short white man hands me a piece of paper. This piece of paper reads, "You are in contravention of Act 6 of the Trespass Act of 1959. You have 10 minutes to vacate the area, failing which you will be removed." So obviously I'm sitting there like my brain is short-circuiting. What? 1959? It's 2016. What do you mean? We're 20-something years into our democracy. What do you mean laws from 1959 are still valid today? It's specifically a law that will lie at the center of the land issue in this country. So I tore that piece of paper up. I settled right back into my chair and I told that short white man, there is not one smidgen of a chance that you're going to get me, a whole entire Mandela era rainbow nation born free, to adhere to an apartheid era law from 1959. Can the system respect me, please, and not insult my intelligence? The expectation that Black youths brought up in the rapture that is a rainbow nation would adhere to apartheid era laws is just wrong. There is no yes, boss, I'm sorry, sir, please, master, sir, in us. We were never raised that way. And so the Rainbow Nation died in me, died in all of us that day. And the consequence of our defiance was beatings, tear gas, disproportionate violence inflicted upon our bodies. And so when I say that the conditions that would allow us to be optimistic about a future, this is what I'm talking about. The fact that you are punished for daring to challenge the facade of the Rainbow Nation, for daring to call a spade a spade. What did the world think was going to happen when the Born Frees came of age? And so as far as I'm concerned, there are three things we can do that will help us create the conditions that will allow us to be optimistic about the future, that will help us create the societal conditions that make having a child today a good and smart decision, that would make this place worthy of future generations. The first thing, be deliberate and intentional about your actions. Life is a succession of choosing your battles wisely. All we have to do is make different decisions. Different decisions equal different outcomes, and collective action is based on many individuals making many individual decisions, all aligned towards a common goal or vision. So be deliberate and intentional about your actions. The second thing, actively seek and create knowledge. Actively seek and create knowledge. Actively seek and create knowledge, because knowledge is power, and know that you are the creator of legitimate knowledge yourself. The monopoly that academia holds in knowledge and knowledge production must and will be broken. So actively seek and create knowledge in whatever way, shape you can. We must co-create and share knowledge with each other, for each other, because knowledge is power. And African knowledge, believe it or not, is the most powerful of all. This is why the system has spent the last 400 years making sure we've forgotten this knowledge. Thirdly, not leastly, finesse the system. Finesse the system. We need to finesse the system because we are everywhere. We must become revolutions unto ourselves, because the trick is the system needs us. The global system is a monopoly board game played on the bloody backs of Blacks bent over on their knees, consciously or unconsciously. And this generation is coming to a time where we are going to have to make a decision. Will we continue to die slow deaths on our knees, forever looking down into the dirt, or are we going to get up and dare to live on our feet, basking in the sun that puts strength in our skin? As young people, we need to create the institutions that will work for us and for our futures. We are the leaders of today and not tomorrow, because if we wait to lead tomorrow, tomorrow will be too late. The generations of people that have come before us have broken the silent intergenerational contract, which states, leave the world in a condition worthy of future generations. Right now, the world is not worthy of any of us here today, let alone future generations. So one of the reasons that make me so optimistic about the future of the world is that I've discovered I belong to a generation of young people that have just said, it's a hard no from us, hey? We've said no, no more pain, no more trauma, no more complacency, no more bending over for this, no more yes, pass, please, master, none of that. We're done. We're absolutely done. There is a hunger to uncreate this world and to create a new one by force or by fire, because when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for any one people to dissolve the political, economic, and epistemic bondage that connects you to another, when a long train of abuse is in use and with patience pursues and invariably evinces a design to reduce the people under absolute despotism, revolution not only becomes necessary, it becomes a duty. I'm gonna say that again. revolution not only becomes necessary, it becomes a duty. We are often described as a ticking time bomb. And so for those of you with ears, the ticking is getting louder, the roars are getting deeper, the gaze is getting sharper and our focus more intense. The world ignores us and preserves the status quo at its own risk. We Black women ignore us at our own risk. And so what we are saying no more. We are done playing this game. We are playing different games now. We are deserving and worthy of better. We are deserving and worthy of a future brighter than the history of our ancestors. Our history will not be our future. So yes, this is the future. Now is the future. I am the future. We are all the future. And so, world, what I'm trying to tell you, actually, your time is up. Thank you.
Here comes sun, I say it's alright. Till the time it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. This is alright. Seems like these things you've been through. Here comes sun. Here comes sun, and I say it's alright. Till the time my heaven returns to the faces now. This is alright. It seems like years since you've been back here. Here comes sun. Here comes sun, and I say it's alright. It's alright. Here comes sun. Here comes sun, and I say it's alright. This is darling. It seems like you stayed you've been. Now this is darling. I can't breathe without you. Yeah. Here comes sun. Here comes sun. Yeah, it's alright. This alright. Why take so long for you to get in? My lips so sweet. Can't you see I can't live without you? My lips are red. Brings me sunshine on my head. I miss you, baby. I miss you now. You're touching your legs. Yeah. Here comes sun. Here comes the sun. Baby, here comes sun, here it comes, here comes sun. It's alright, baby, it's alright now. Here comes sun, here comes sun. Say it's alright, it's alright.
A rhetorical question. Have you ever met, or would you not find it strange if you were to meet a French child who was born and bred in France, was schooled in a French government-endorsed, curriculum, yet cannot speak French, and did history, but cannot tell you anything deeply substantial about French national history? Now, I worry because I feel that that's somehow where our African children are heading to. Now, after years of African slavery, Namibia's 20 odd years of independence from both the colonial and apartheid regime, as well as a continent that is flourishing with so many opportunities today, my desire is to share with you what I believe are some of our secrets to unleashing Africa's potential. Now, as important as it is for us to call upon each other as Africans to rise, innovate, and build I think it's just as important that we begin to look and analyze how we plan on creating a sense of African self-determination and African self-actualization as a people in order for us to progress. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized the need for genuine discourse amongst ourselves as the African youth, and as well as to the youth to our elders, as to what we deem to be the progression of African self-determination. I'll start off with language and cultural preservation. I remember being in 4th grade and my teacher came up to me and told me, okay, now it's a new year, it's time, you have to start learning Afrikaans. Now, for our global community that's watching this, Afrikaans is an originally Dutch-based language spoken by originally white settlers that settled both in Namibia and South Africa. I remember asking her, okay, but why can't I learn my mother tongue of Oshiwamba at school? And she said, well, that's just not possible, right? Now, it appears to me that there might be a passivity to some superimposed pre-colonial policies that were put back in the day, and which somehow still continue to till today, right? And I've heard some arguments that say it's in the name of civilization and the like, of which I'm quick to mention the shallowness of it all, for I'm yet to see a civilized society that did not embrace its cultural heritage and mainly its languages. Recently, I was in South Africa and, I left Namibia and I went to South Africa and I met a guy by the name of Matthew. But before I tell you that story, I suppose one argument with the civilization point is that the irony of it all is that the countries that we wish to imitate in the name of civilization, they protect their cultures. They protect their cultures so much so that sometimes they won't even render someone a visa to come into their country sometimes if someone doesn't have competent knowledge of their language, right? Now, back to Matthew. Now, Matthew is a South African with English heritage, and he went to a primary school where he had the opportunity to learn isiZulu. And he was telling me how when he got to high school, he was no longer offered the opportunity, or rather the school just didn't offer isiZulu to teach. And he said to me that being a white African, Teleni, I feel that learning a purely African language is an integral part of me proclaiming my African identity as a white person, yet I wasn't offered the opportunity to excel in a purely African language. Now, I was tempted to joke to him that here I am, a young Namibian lady, born and bred in Namibia and having schooled here as well, but I also wasn't offered the opportunity to learn my mother tongue at school. So although I speak two dialects of my language fairly well, and I made the conscious decision to begin reading and writing my language, I have to admit that I somehow feel that my reading and my speaking is sometimes still wanting. And I desire to one day read bedtime stories in Oshiwamba to my children one day. And it kind of pains me that, well, I don't know, I'm not that excellent at it, right? This also goes to speak into the continued and possibly perpetuated systematic extinction of our African languages, which really, really bothers me. I also wonder sometimes whether the German kids born and bred in Namibia and whom I schooled with would easily and gladly learn a purely Namibian language in their school, be it Oshierero, Damara, or even Rakangwali, as I, the Owambo child, had no option or was given no other option but to learn their language in my school. Now, let I not be misunderstood. The notion of increasing one's lingual capacity by learning non-native languages is a beautiful one, and I'm totally for it, right? It's also fair to mention that I am aware that there are some schools that do offer indigenous languages in our schools, sometimes on a mandatory basis, and sometimes more so in our urban areas on an optional basis. But then again, I challenge our elders that next time when they ask us why we misspelt a native word while we reply to them on an SMS, are you coming home? Maybe I challenge them that they maybe ought to ask our schools why they're not prioritizing teaching their kids how to read and write the native language. I also challenge our elders that next time they ask, us why our peers are wearing weaves of Western and Eastern origin, I challenge them that they first ask the schools why some of them still uphold policies that allow for them to forbid, expel, and even threaten Black girls who come to school in their natural hair, in locks, and even braids. And to be quite honest, sometimes I question how constitutionally sound some of those school policies are, because when you think about it, there's the constitutional right to not be discriminated by race, and there's our constitution upholds cultural spirit and encourages, for our cultural spirit. And so I think about, okay, but here's this Black girl rocking her black hair, and now she's being sent home. Would she be sent home if she wore a weave? Now, it's not so much about my preference to hair, clothing, or language as it is the need to record, protect, and preserve our African identity, and our African identity as a people, really. So let me move on to my next point, African history. I believe there's a huge need for Africans to really, really write their own stories, our own truths, and that we begin to teach our children the stories of our warriors, the change makers, and the pioneers of our African lands. And I don't mean a simple, like 1 or 2 page summary of what Oliver Tambo or Mandemu Demfayo did for our lands, but an intensive teaching on our forefathers. I have friends who schooled in African schools, be it Namibia or where else, yet can go to university having written local and international exams, history exams, yet can go to university and not being able to tell in all confidence and fullness what Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Malcolm X, Bram Fisher, or even Sam Nujoma did for our African lands. And sadly, in comparison, they're more likely to be knowledgeable on Western and even Eastern history as prescribed by our general curriculums. Now, I don't believe it would be wise for us not to teach Western and even Eastern history. Yet I ask and I beg for us that we ought to question how we plan on painting our walls as Africans, with our walls with self-determination and self-actualizations as Africans, if we're not teaching our children where they're fully coming from in order to equip and catapult them to where we wish them to go. So I beg to ask, as a child, as an African youth, who is writing the stories that we're teaching our children? Because I'm not seeing enough glory, enough celebration, and enough sincere documentation of the struggles we fought, the battles we won and are winning as an independent Namibia and a more free Africa. As recently quoted by the late Kumla Dumar, until a lion learns how to write, the story will always glorify the hunter. And we have so many of our historic libraries dying on a daily when we bury one of our elders. I strongly believe that we need more of our Namibian writers, such as the likes of Ellen Namila, who wrote The Price of Freedom, and Kaleni Hiyalwa, who wrote Mekulu's Children, as well as amazing Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, the late Chinua Achebe, and even Maya Angelou should be more of our prescribed literature within our African schools, not only here, but in the diaspora. I was mainly offered Western literature in high school and even primary school, of which were lovely. Yet the dying thirst to know and read about our African stories had to be filled from the shelves of my parents' book collections. Now, I believe we need to realize that we make the fight for progression as a people, as an African people, twice as hard, again, if we do not teach ourselves who we are and where we're coming from. And then we move on. The times and the changes. Just recently, while the world celebrated Tatekulu Nelson Mandela's life, on the day of his memorial service, I was in the village at my grandmother's homestead, and I was seated under the tree with her, cracking a marula nuts while listening to the radio, her battery-charged radio, to get updates on the memorial service. Now, there was no option for Twitter updates for me in that moment because, the nearest electricity hub was a nearby cooker shop where my phone had been sent to get charged. Now, this leads me to a crucial point that needs to be duly acknowledged and properly understood. Namibia, alongside some other similar countries, stands as one of the countries that experienced about 3 ages within 3 consecutive generations. So we have mekulus and tatekulus, which means grandmothers and grandfathers, who grew up in the agrarian age, in its peak and in its last days. We have our parents who were the first to, well, like for instance, my parents were the first to have gone to formal education, the first in the entire bloodline. So all the way from primary education to becoming Ivy League graduates like my mom. And then you get my peers who are of the digital/information age and might obtain a qualification, yet that doesn't necessarily equate to financial success and a well-paying job. So while more of the well-developed countries might have experienced one age over several generations of a people, we went through it really fast. So that leaves us with Mekulus who are amazed at how a baby knows how to operate this weird human invention called an iPad. We have fathers struggling how to teach their children financial wisdom in a capitalist run economy because it is their first time living out this model of living. And then you get young boys and girls, or toddlers turned young boys and girls, who will protest to you as to why they do not have to learn the multiplications table off by heart, because they are so sure that the calculator is not going to become extinct anytime soon in the digital age we're in. And I've heard those arguments before. Now, it might sound lighthearted, and it really holds its beauties, but what the essential thing that we need to understand here is that we have elders specialized in industrial age-based teaching methods and that are creating and teaching curriculums in this industrial age-based way to children who are fast moving away from that way of thinking or doing. I have a huge and burning passion for education, having parents that are both educators in their own right. And I believe that the time has come for us to acknowledge that the world is no longer looking for children who can quote the definition of photosynthesis as written verbatim from an encyclopedic textbook, but rather the child who knows how to use Google and not just find out what the definition of photosynthesis is, but also give the teacher the scientific formula of chlorophyll. So, considering all of this, this would really mean reshaping the way in which we teach our children on the 4 pillars that research has identified today. So, our education. The 4 pillars would be how to think, encouraging kids to think encouraging creativity, critical analysis, problem solving, decision making, and the like, and learning as opposed to regurgitating. Number 2, how to work, emphasizing communication and collaboration through more project-based learning, without, of course, removing the importance of individual and introspective learning time. Number 3, tools for working. Beyond the basics of reading, writing, and counting, also ensuring ICT literacy for the kids to be able to use technology as a tool, not only to research, but organize and communicate effectively. And lastly, the skills for living in the 21st century. So creating environments, that the schools create environments that help to foster within the children not only academic intelligence, but emotional intelligence, financial intelligence, allowing the kids to know of spiritual awareness, teaching them healthy lifestyle living, teaching them personal as well as social responsibilities and their civil rights and duties as a people of a nation. Whenever I think of Namibia, I'm tempted to think of Singapore's educational success story. We have Sir Lee Kuan Yew, who revamped the entire nation on education, customizing it, and who had an unquestionable tenacity to excellence on a national education level. So now, being a professional in the television and broadcast industry, as well as having a passion for education, I'm asking us to take seriously, us as Africans, the making and broadcasting of our own stories. This will help us educate, inspire, and understand each other more. I've heard that the telling of a story is known to increase one's emotional intelligence by double the percentage than that of simply releasing facts to someone in the hope that it'll influence them and change their mind. Now, the media and the arts is used to reflect to people who they are, where they come from, what their struggles are, their aspirations, their failures and successes. Now, it would be unfair for me to leave the stage tonight without congratulating and just really giving praise to our Nigerian brothers and sisters, for they have truly spearheaded us as Africans, African storytelling, into a new wave of sharing our stories. And it's exciting to see a people who, after so long, have been starved of dignity and self actualization, we're finally being able to tell our stories our way, for us, for our consumption. And I believe it is so necessary, for it is truly Africa's time. Therefore, before I walk off the stage tonight, I would like to leave you with my propositions, my ideas worth sharing, in order for us to unleash our potential as Africans further. One, by proactively protecting and encouraging our African identity within our very schools. This means teaching our languages and allowing kids to withhold and keep their cultural heritage in the schools. Number two, to develop and nurture our African writers and our stories. It's about time that we teach our children our African stories written by us and taking it seriously as we ensure to teach them the stories of others. Number three, to acknowledge the truth of the 21st century as well as holistic education. This will help us in getting to the knowledge-based economies many of our African countries wish to enter into. And number four, continuing the movement of African storytelling. So the making, the broadcasting, and the distribution, all intentionally so as to teach ourselves who we are and also teach the rest of the world who we truly are, and not just what seems to be dictated by the global media of what Africa is, starving children and the like. So I believe what we teach our children, how we teach them, and whom we allow to dictate our realities to us as a people are the ingredients to releasing Africa's potency further. And those are my ideas worth sharing. Thank you.
There is something happening here which isn't exactly clear. There's a man over there telling me I've got to beware. I want to stop. Children, watch this sign. Everybody look, people, what's going on? Nobody's right here, everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their mind, getting so much resistance from behind. Getting so much resistance from behind. Yeah. What a great day. Thousands of people in the street, getting so much resistance. Yeah, yeah. Getting so much resistance. Yeah. It's time to stop, children. Watch this sun. People, it's time to stop, children. Watch the sun. Everybody, people, watch.
Yes, stop, stop, stop. You have to watch this sound. Hey, telling you, look how long that message has been given out. Look how long that message has been given out, huh? And it is even now still very relevant to have that type of music going right now, right? I'm still awaiting our sister Sandra to see if she's going to join us this strong here. I'm not too sure if she can, but I know that she will try her utmost if she's capable of doing that. And yeah, so but if not, we'll continue anyway. Two pieces that are played there in the ancestral voices, right? One, the first piece demonstrates the despair that many of our young people are experiencing, the state of delusional confusion that many of them are experiencing right now, right? That what they're thinking is right is right is right. We know that the formula of future life, the right life, is there for us to see and to go through life. But all of a sudden, it seems like they are just being thrown away. Life has been thrown away through the presence of the youngers and their way of thinking. Evolutionary, revolutionary, is this the progress? Or is it a progress until something goes desperately wrong? Desperately wrong. Built upon lies, deception, conjecture, the whole of the society is heading in that same dysfunctional future. You ever notice though? You ever notice? Like when you look on their depictions of the future through their movies, right? There's always one society, one part of society is doing extremely well, extremely wealthy, extremely happy in their utopia type life. And then there's those who are subservient, subhuman. They're just kept into a state of abject poverty, right? Even to the extent of that they don't even have food. They don't have nothing to exist on. Rather like some of us here in this society, isn't it? But this is the type of thing that is being projected, brainwashed into so many of their minds right now that you are not needed. You're not wanted, right? You have that age concern of if you're getting to a certain age or you have a look about you that you are mature. You're not wanted. You're not needed. We don't want you around us. We don't want you around us. I understand. I understand. When they turn around to you, when they turn around and they say, "What are you doing here?" Huh? They're not even catering for you or anything like that. Can you hear? Can you hear, Sister Sandra? Fantastic, fantastic. I can hear you as well. I can hear the birds cheeping, right? And the cat about him a yawn and say, "Well, go on, this stuff," and everything. So anyhow, I'm just making up a few points on what we was sharing earlier on. Now we we as society we are again allowing the language of the oppressor to take over our future, our description of how we hear and see and describe. ourselves. We're allowing that. Why are we allowing it? Why are we allowing it? I won't give you no description on the back of that. But this is a question I just like to ask you. Why are we allowing it? Right? And obviously, the strength that they have built around their argument is that they believe their own deception, their own decorative type of language that they have built for themselves to describe and to justify the way how they are actually existing. They're not living, existing. Right? And of course, only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. So when they turn around and they say, well, this is how the future is going to be. Not like, let's see how things have been done over generations. Why you jump for? Okay. Uh, not to say how things have been over the last few generations, how we've made progress from nothing to where we are now. What is the next step? How can they see the next step? Why is it that we're not looking to maximize the future that we have evolved from nothing to something to what the future can actually hold? Why is it still a mystery? Anyhow, let's welcome our sister Sandra to the program this rising here. Grand Risings, my sister.
Grand Rising,
And
Brother Aston and Blacknificent family, Grand Rising. And it's a beautiful rising.
yeah, we have the sunshine over here, so too,
All
right?
right, all right.
Although the temperature needs to be up a bit, but that's like
Well, we've had a lot of rain this strong.
yeah.
Yesterday it started off as if it was going to rain hard, but it was a beautiful sunny day.
Mm,
And this rising, we've had a shower, a quick little shower,
mm.
but it's not been too bad.
Well, then again, you've got the heat to actually dry things up, kind of.
Yes.
So it's not like it's going to be like flooding
Well, there
or.
is flooding. There is
Oh,
flooding.
we
I
have.
know. I was watching the news, which I very rarely do, but I wasn't at home, and they were talking about Ochi. What,
Mm,
last Monday or Tuesday? There was
mm,
so much rain that there was flooding down the main street, and cars couldn't go nowhere, and people were walking, and water was effectively above your ankles. So if you had proper shoes on, then it was only Wellington boots you could wear, because
yeah, yeah.
that was going to keep your foot dry.
Barefoot business I go on this.
Yeah. So that's the two choices. You go barefoot so you can dry off your foot quickly, or you can wear your Wellington to keep your foot dry. But anything in between that, you was going to get wet,
Yeah,
stranded, or stay where you
I,
is.
I remember when there was a season of rain when I was staying in Brazil, and let's say it was very very strange, because what happens, it would every day at the same time, and we
Mm,
had this for about a month.
mm,
Every day at the same time, right? This rain came down,
mm,
right? I think it wasn't. I've never seen rain come down like this before in my life, right?
mm,
That it seemed like when it rains heavy, you see it
mm,
come down so.
mm,
But this thing was coming so,
mm,
right?
mm,
Because of the wind and everything in it was just
mm,
coming down in to the side. So I was just you just stand in a phenomenon. Go, how this
mm,
rain so, and
mm,
they stand up there and they go, oh, didn't have that. Like it happens all the time,
mm,
all the
mm,
time. So we don't. So for them to actually see it like that, and I'm thinking, wow. And then obviously the after effect of that is that the rain was coming down with such intensity, that the drainage system couldn't take it.
Mm,
So all the roads had the flash flood.
mm,
Vehicles were being lifted up and dashed down the road and all
mm,
that.
mm,
You know. So it was a regular thing for them.
mm.
You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that appeared to be
Mm,
vehicles were just going on um,
mm,
their own cognizance, because the drains just couldn't hold that amount of water
mm, mm,
at that
mm.
short space of time.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it did.
Yeah.
Tuesday did rain hard.
Yeah. Yeah. So that and what would happen is like after about 2 or 3 hours later, you would
Mm.
never even know that it was raining.
Yes, and that's the beauty. You've got that, and I know I was reading something
Mm,
recently,
mm.
and it was whether or not to hang out clothes, because you think, okay, it's got, in order for it to be dry, it
Yeah.
needs to be a certain temperature or whatever, and the article just effectively says, as long as the ground is dry, there's no water on the ground, it
Mm.
means it's warm enough, dry enough for clothes to dry. So don't wait for that perfect weather.
I just what did I draw your breaks? Anyway, let's wait for that perfect weather. Anyway, yeah, just something that I came across, anyway.
Okay, as you was looking in the bookstore, but I enjoy the one things about the ancestral voices, which I like to pick up on.
Mm,
The sister, I think it was the second sister, spoke about hair
mm,
and how the elders get upset when the youngers come with the various wigs and whatever.
mm,
But it is, there's a cause and effect. So if you're young and you go to school with your hair in the natural style, whether it be
mm,
cornrowed, whether it be locked, whether it be afro, you were
mm,
getting demonized for it.
mm.
Why would you not think, in order to not get demonized, then I need to put it in extensions? In order for not to be demonized, I need to then, that's obviously it's almost like you teach a animal that in order to, it's the white mice syndrome. You
Mm,
teach them where to walk, and if they walk outside of the lines, then you juke them.
yeah.
So after a while, they're all going to walk within the lines
Mm, mm, mm,
because that's how they've been taught. So I found that very, because I know that there's that challenge in Jamaica in terms of how children groom themselves
mm,
and whether or not they can come in with locks and what the locks need to look like or not look like. And you
mm,
think to yourself, okay, if we put so much restrictions on them, can we then turn around 15 years on when
mm,
they just dispense with the natural hairstyle
mm.
and do something else, when they dispense with their
And
beauty?
but teenage and young people fashion change all the time.
And it does, and they will pick up what the adults and the elders won't put down, but
Mm,
they are encouraged to do things in a certain way, and we don't often, or I don't often, make those links which influence why they do what they do or why they accept certain things,
mm, mm,
because of the education system as it was at the time, and
mm,
because there was no recourse and or anyone else telling them any different from a beauty, from a whether it be beauty within or beauty external, beauty
mm,
without. So if you're not being told or you're not being encouraged, and you in fact you're being discouraged, then you will seek beauty in other things and other people. And again, the sister made reference to the fact that from a language point of view, none of the other colonial masters dampen down their language. And just in case we forget, we get another film that will help us to remind us about
Exactly.
the atrocities, quotey fingers, that they went through, and the hard life that they went through, and the yada yada that they went through. And we've got generations upon generations who are still living that poverty, still through the inability to be able to be themselves, learn their own language as the basis of everything.
Absolutely, absolutely. One of the things, I mean, I did mention it just now, right? Is that we're programmed left, right, and center. We've been programmed left, right, and center.
Mm,
Because even the things that they say is entertainment,
mm,
right?
mm,
Why is it that they've always showed that their future or future life is always a struggle against them and us,
mm, mm,
rich and the poor,
mm,
right? The
mm,
wealthy and the underlife.
mm,
I won't even say underclass, underlife.
mm,
Yeah. Why is
mm,
it that there's always that struggle?
mm,
Why is it that there's never like a life that everybody is benefiting from it?
mm,
And because obviously we're in the future now, so
mm,
we've got everything sorted out,
mm,
treating each other in the right way, and but
mm,
there's always something, and then within 10 minutes somebody pull out a gun, and
mm,
they have to murder somebody.
mm, mm,
So obviously
mm,
they're still carrying on with their same foolishness.
mm,
And what they're doing now, that's that what they'll be doing in the future again.
mm, mm,
So so obviously that's something that they haven't addressed themselves either.
mm.
So,
So, but then it's not
but
something that they
mm,
don't necessarily. It's something they don't necessarily want to address.
exactly,
Is
exactly.
what I would say.
And I was trying to think of, is there a movie that I've seen where everybody is living in harmony in that way, you know? And I'm still racking my brain to think of, there's a movie that I've seen, and I like sci-fi. I like those type of movies there.
Mm.
I like those type of movies, but I'm just thinking I haven't seen a movie that really depicts that.
But
Also,
then, isn't it that with it from a movie point of view, and the first thought movie that came to my mind was Black Panther. In their environment, they are living in harmony. It's when they step out of their environment, whether it be accident or on purpose, or they're encouraged or discouraged to come out in order to. But within their environment, and it was only they were only able to live in harmony because they lived in a bubble, for want of a better word.
yeah, yeah, they had rules and regulations around how they would live
Mm,
within their society.
mm,
Um, and for those, but like even with that, I remember the ones who were living in the mountain,
mm.
that they always felt oppressed because of the ones that were living
Even
in
in
the
the yeah,
so-called big
yeah,
city.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, okay,
right.
okay.
So that's why I kind of
Mm,
like
mm,
discounted that one as well.
mm, mm.
You know, it
And
was
I'll,
it was never
mm,
it was never like, oh, we're happy and we're satisfied.
mm,
You know.
mm. I was almost going to think woman king, but again, within that
That's another one.
space, she, the women were happy, content, but they were in that space for a specific reason,
Yeah.
and no one could enter that space. But yeah,
Mm,
but all of those indicate that within some reason, in order to be happy, contented, satisfied, there needs
mm.
to be some form of bubble. So even
Yeah.
if we then take that to where we are now, and it
Mm,
goes back to what you were saying earlier on when you were speaking about my day and the rejuvenation.
mm,
Unless we take time out to do that for ourselves and create our own bubble,
mhm. Isolation. Mm,
isolation, switching off. And one of the things you said, that some people will switch off from the social media.
mm,
So for me, when I have done that in the past, and it's a practice that I respect, love, etc., etc., it is switching off from all technology, because the same technology that can enhance and enable us to have a conversation, even though you're over there and I'm over here, and our brothers and sisters can watch us online, and they can engage, whether it be what they can see and or what they can hear. There still needs to be an element of the switching that all off. There still needs to be an element of separation in the manner whereby it then becomes a choice. And when you make that choice for yourself, then you're doing it for specific reasons. You're then allowing yourself to make the decision between what is right for you at this moment in time and what is wrong for you at this moment in time. It's helping you to make that decision to say, if I can make that choice regarding the social media, what other choices can I make that is in my benefit as I move forward?
Exactly. And that's why I emphasize that it might not something you would do straight away, but you can put it into progress. For instance, to restrict your time, right? Or dedicate a special time that you do that, or you can do that, right? And you
Yeah.
say, oh, then I'm only going to do this for an hour a day, right? And then you have that specific hour of where you just say, right, I'm just going to
Do the social media. I'm gonna, yeah.
Right? In preference to the 8 hours that most of us are spending on it a day. Yeah.
Well, I know for myself, one of the things that I do is so the hour before I go into bed, I will always shut off from the social media. I will aim to shut off from the social media, television, all of that, so that I can then, if I'm doing anything, I'm going to do it with a pen and paper. I'm going to do it from in a meditative state without the pen and paper. But I'm going to switch off from that element of technology and that element of the vibration, so that I'm not sleeping and thinking. Because again, I was listening to something on Tuesday Rising, and no, it was Monday Rising, and one of the things that he was saying was, we all dream, and you spoke about that earlier on. Many of us will wake up and think, A, we've not dreamt, or we don't remember dreaming,
I remember it.
or we go through the day and we just forget it. So we either say we don't dream, I've never dreamt, like yada yada, and you're like to, if you've done a straw poll, there's like to be a large percentage of people who say I never dream. And one of the things that he said is that we all dream. The question is, are we in a state whereby we can pick up on it in the first instance? So are we connected to that element of our inner self? And then if we're connected to that state of our inner self, can we then recount it when we come back to when we are in our waking form?
That's right.
So for myself, I know there was a long period of time where I wasn't dreaming, and you showed that book, and it was around when I was in that space. I wasn't dreaming, even though I know that intermittently I would dream and I would remember. But since mum transitioned, or even possibly before that, I know every night I do dream. The only reason I may not dream is if or I may not remember the dreams as clearly, is if the dream is the sleep is broken. So it's 2 hours, but I know in that 2 hours I have dreamt, because when I wake up to do whatever, even if it's to go toilet, I know that I've had a dream, and I can remember it as clear as day. Then by the time I go back and go into the next cycle of sleep, I've forgotten. I know that I've dreamt. I can put hand on heart and say I've dreamt, but I can't necessarily remember it as clearly. So it is a case of for me, writing them down. And it's as
Yes,
I'm writing them down, I overstand certain things. And I recognize that dreams do not run straight, but dreams in of themselves provide you with a message.
exactly,
It's whether or not
exactly,
you're able to
exactly. The
connect to
thing,
the message.
I mean, I'm very glad you put it onto that, in onto the message. And the reason why I'm glad you put it onto the message because we are in control of the message and the dream state that we create,
Mm,
right? Now, purposeful, just like I would do meditation by asking for that to be revealed,
mm,
yeah? And it's the same with using the dream state as a portway or portal
mm,
to a form of meditation,
mm,
right?
mm,
Because then it will take you on that journey of the necessary path if you're ready,
mm,
right, to do that. Now the receptivity, right, is the practice that we do, just like what you're stating there, to write down what is in your visionary,
mm,
your inner state of vibration,
mm,
yeah?
mm,
And to revisit it on a regular basis. In
mm,
other words, you should be able to tap into that just like a distant memory,
mm,
right? The more that you tap into it, the more that you visit it,
mm,
the more that you have a open dialogue with your inner voice,
mm,
the inner spirit
mm,
within you, right? Or the inner car, or whatever you wish to call it, right? It will be open and more willing for you to communicate with it as
mm,
well.
mm,
I did mention it previously to give it a name, an identification.
mm,
I
mm,
didn't, that, you know,
mm,
whether you have one, two, three, or four of them, right? But you give them a name.
mm,
In that way, there's more tangible or tangibility towards your actually communicating within yourself and possibly at a higher plane as well,
mm,
right? Because as you know, the journey is that we look to achieve that divine utopia in many forms and many ways.
mm,
Now, I know that in other religions they may call it other things, right? But it is the journey of oneness,
mm,
the one or wholeness. Yes,
mm,
all these type of things is what we look to experience within ourselves. And
mm,
also say that the African connection with a lot of the practices that we as diasporians actually participate in from the African perspective as well.
mm,
That that is part of the journeying as well.
mm,
You know, so some has used other items well like prayer,
mm,
intensive prayer, fasting,
mm,
right, um, chanting
mm,
as well, right, which gets you into a vibrational state.
mm,
Uh, also, as I say, intentional direction um, of work as well. That
mm,
is very important. That
mm,
many of us need to focus on what we're doing and
mm,
how we're doing things as
mm,
well. And
mm,
it's not no mumbo jumbo of you're letting spirits in and all this type of thing there. No. All it is that you are actually igniting the spirits that already are there.
mm,
But your communication skill, just like the language, that is necessary in some cases. The communication is absolutely necessary when we are looking at um, uh, enhancing our own wholeness, our
Mm,
own divine awakening within ourselves.
mm, mm, mm. No, I know, and again, it almost goes back to what one of the sisters was saying,
Mm,
in terms of from an education point of view,
mm,
that if we are not allowed to speak our language, and that in itself gives us a direct connection to root,
mhm,
it will it will stop you. It interferes with other areas. So
mhm,
again, like you say, you use the word spirit. The analogy that we often get is that it's something to be wary of, afraid of, yada yada, when in fact it is part of us
mm,
from an internal point of view. And the names that we've been given may not necessarily be the names that historically that spirit was known as or known by,
mm,
because from a language point of view it was beaten out of us. But
mm,
there is a need for that reconnection. There is a need for that um, overstanding, and just recognition and recognizing that some things that you don't need to be frightened of.
mhm,
There's some things you don't need to fear. There are some things you need to allow to regain or reacquaint yourself with, in order to effectively, for me, it's almost like an armor. It's or a piece of a jigsaw.
mm.
It's a piece of a jigsaw that's missing when we disregard, disrespect, ignore those sides of us. And it's that thought process. It's almost like the stone that the builder refused happens to be the cornerstone.
Mhm.
So if you refuse that element of it, then you're thinking you're in a society whereby you're forever on edge, you're not settled, or you listen to the narrative that isn't a pure narrative that will help you and enhance your journey through life.
Absolutely, absolutely. We have to we let's say we have to break down step by step what's
Mm,
going on with us, right? I remember the first time that I was going into this thing of like the rejuvenation program, right? Now over the years, I've always been interested in a form of like health and fitness, right? Um, I was very interested in like bodybuilding and things like that. So obviously, going through that sport of like the bodybuilding, you would read about different athletes or how they prepare for their shows, the intensity of workout that they would do, various bits and pieces. I would do it partly, but I wouldn't do it completely to the competing stage type of thing. So I was aware of what it took to actually become or be ready for, or show ready. Let's say show ready.
mm,
So even when people are seeing certain people, like when they're showing like a bodybuilder, for instance,
mm,
whether it be male or female, this is after like 6 months, 6 months, a year of intensive dietary dieting and consistent workouts and everything else to get to that stage.
mm,
A lot of people have the misconception that this is how they look all year round,
mm,
not which is not so.
mm,
It's not so. if anything, they look like massively obese
Mm.
type person until they say, right, I'm going to go for this competition, and then that's when they slim down.
Mm.
They get rid of the percentage of like body fat,
Mm.
excess body weight,
Mm.
right, to actually be in condition to be ready for the show,
Mm.
right? Now, in doing that, and I'm thinking, well, wow, if they can do that, and then like it was just like a light bulb moment, really.
Mm.
I was saying, if they could do that with their body, right? Surely I could do that with my life, you know.
Mm.
And then obviously messages, whatever. I did share this a few strongs ago when we went to Egypt,
Mm.
and then like getting the messages from there, and
Mm.
then combining all of that together to
Mm.
say, wow, this is the type of thing that we should all be doing. We all should be doing a cycle of some kind,
Mm.
you know?
Mm.
And then obviously the late Queen Elizabeth,
Mm.
she used to have 2 birthdays a year,
Mm.
right? And I'm thinking, well, she's having two. Why can't I have 12?
Mm.
Because it got 12 times when it comes up the first. So why not I just have my birthday on the first every month,
Mm.
you know?
Mm.
And then when I started doing that, I just started to enjoy it. I just enjoyed it, you
Mm.
know.
Mm.
And then looking how each time I could do something more different, da, da,
Mm.
da,
Mm.
or create something that is going to be exciting for myself.
Mm.
Obviously, what it highlighted to me, right, is that I wasn't doing enough for myself, but I was doing enough, more than enough, for everybody else,
Mm.
right? I
Mm.
was working overtime and everything else, but I wasn't getting the money.
Mm.
I wasn't seeing the benefit of my working the overtime,
Mm.
right? Right. So what am I doing all this work for? What am I putting all this time and effort in, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning,
Mm.
right, to go and do? Who am I doing this for?
Mm.
You understand?
Mm.
So, in other words, I said, you know what? Out of the 28 days, 30 days, 31 days of the month, one day I can actually take
Mm.
for myself,
Mm.
you know? And it took time for me to actually focus and actually dedicate that time solely for myself,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
And obviously realizing that, you know what, the condition that I'm in, or what most of us are in, I think it's a case of that I do have this little bit of I won't say little bit. I do have a thing about body image,
Mm.
such,
Mm.
right? Um, uh, Ageism. Not I wouldn't say ageism in that I don't like old people or whatever, but people are getting too old too quick,
Mm.
right? And I'm
Mm.
seeing that people are getting too old too quick. And I'm thinking, why is it that one person can be absolutely healthy at 65, 70, and then 99% of everybody else is literally crawling on their knees
Mm.
at 65, 70?
Mm.
You know,
Mm.
all they're doing is complaining about their back, and all this type of joints and eyes and knees and everything was all gone downhill. They're not even capable of doing things of when they were like 30, 40, right?
Mm.
But their body is fully full and capable of doing that,
Mm.
right? So I think, oh, come on now, whose fault is it?
Mm.
Whose fault is this? You
Mm.
know? And I'm not saying I'm perfect either, right? For those who are in the listening, I'm not saying that, oh, wow, I'm a Superman or any
Mm.
consistent work towards the betterment,
Mm.
you know?
Mm.
So, in that way, there, that is why. the rejuvenation process.
Mm.
That was necessary. And then having great teachers of our time as well,
Mm.
Dr. Leila Africa, yeah,
Mm.
Queen Afua,
Mm.
even our own resident,
Yes.
Dr. Stephen Ferguson,
Mm. Mm.
you know. So and soon to join that group there, Dr. Oliver as well.
Mm.
He'll be joining in the group as well because I'll be going for a checkup and everything to see how we can enhance what I'm doing right now as well.
Mm.
So I'll be going to visit him very soon as well.
Mm.
But all these type of things is what is necessary, you know. And we've got to make the effort mentally. Mental part of it is obviously your mental well-being as
Mm.
well.
Mm.
Learning techniques of how to enhance your communication on that level as well.
Mm.
Being aware of what's happening or not happening, right, is very important because why are we going to wait until something really breaks down before we actually do something about it,
Mm. Mm.
right? We have the ability to learn these various skills about ourselves, which should be our priority, right?
Mm.
What's working, what's working, what's not working, you know?
Mm.
So when we come to things like that, it's very important that we actually take advantage of what is necessary for us to do as well. Right? Let me give out the number, right? On 0203-289-6504. That is 0203-289-6504. That's with myself, Aston, and Sister Sandra as well, if you want to come and join us live. You can also text in on 07947479219. Right? So you can text or WhatsApp on that same number, right? At the moment, the Skype is still working, so you can also Skype in on official galaxyafterwe.net as well to come in live with us as well. And also, you can view us on the YouTube, right, on the Blacknificent Radio Show, and also on the Facebook on the Blacknificent Radio Show. So you can join and subscribe to those channels as well. So there's many ways you can get in contact with us in that way. All right? Go
So
ahead, Matt.
the thought that just came to my mind was that poem, Who Am I? I
Mhm.
am your constant companion. I am your greatest helper or heaviest burden. I will push you onward or drag you down to failure. I'm completely at your command. Half of the things that you do, you may as well turn over to me, and I will do them quickly and correctly. I am easily managed. You must be firm with me. Show me exactly how you want something done, and after a few lessons, I will do it automatically. I am the servant of great people, and alas, of all failures as well.
Mhm.
Those who are great, I have made great. Those who are failures, I have made failures. I am not a machine, though I work with the precision of a machine, plus the intelligence of a person. You may run me for profit or run me for ruin. It makes no difference to me. Take me, train me, be firm with me, and I will place the world at your feet. Be easy with me, and I will destroy you. Who am I?
I am habit. And what you've described there is your habit in relation to the rejuvenation. And as you said, it's not easy. And this
No.
part says it's not easy. And to be fair, there's different schools of thought out there. There's one school of thought that says you need to do something for 60 days or 66 days, 60 something days in order for your brain to be rewired. But again, I've heard something else that says it needs to be 90 days for your to be
Yeah.
rewired. That's 3 months, and that's doing it consistently. So that's
Yeah.
getting the habit. That
Yeah.
is being firm. That's training. And it then does put the world at your feet, because then you make decisions that are in line with where you want to be, in line with your purpose, rather than just following along to get along. You work within that. And again, you've said that in the past, in terms of you, when you were working with the apprentices, and some of them would say to you, but Aston, you can do this also. Why don't you go for management? Why don't you? And your response to them was always, that's not my purpose. My purpose is to support you and help you at this moment in time. But my bigger purpose isn't to be in this space working for these individuals.
That's right.
The universe has a bigger plan for me. And in
Yeah.
order for me to live out that plan, I need to just recalibrate my habits. I need to think about what I do, how I do it, when I do it. I need to
Exactly.
think about who I'm interacting with. And those who are not on my level or my plane, they will fall off naturally. But what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to stay in that space of being unhappy,
That's right.
frustrated.
But it's not even. He's not even unhappy. It's when you realize you're, as a lot of us are asking this question: what is my purpose?
Mm,
Right? And when you've been put or guided towards your purpose, right, and you are clear of what your purpose is,
mm,
anything else outside of that, temptations of greater wealth
mm,
and notorieties and all this stuff, it pales into insignificance,
mm, mm,
right? Why? Because you are guided, and you have that inner peace of actually fulfilling your purpose as well,
mm,
right? At whatever level it is.
mm,
Yeah. Yeah. I'm good. Actually, yeah. I do remember that. I do remember that when they were asking that. Why are you always pushing us to go, but you never do it? Yeah.
mm,
This is not my place. I go, this is yours. This is all for you right now. This
mm,
ain't my place, right?
mm. And it's beautiful when you recognize that.
Yeah.
And again, earlier on in before the midday meditation, you spoke about wanting asking. And for me, I love the language that is more, what will I become? What do I want to become, rather than what do I want to do? Because do seems finite. Do seems okay. For your first do was from to do the engineering, but that's not what you want to become. And with those apprentices, what they want to become is greater than
Yeah.
just the element of where they are right now. For me, it's greater than working in the civil service and working in the many areas of jobs within HR and or policy and or product. What's the other one? Operational. It's greater than doing all of those. It was greater than me, my first job working in Sainsbury's and pushing trolleys and sitting on the tills. It was never that's not what I want to be. I didn't want to be a cashier. I didn't want to be a civil servant.
Mm.
I want to become, and become is greater than, and that feeds into my purpose of why I'm here,
Mhm.
and the opportunity that I have to shine my light, which gives others opportunities to shine theirs,
Mhm.
and doing it in different ways and different methods. So yeah, loving the thought process and recognizing then, like you say, that it's not easy, but it
Mhm.
does take work. It does take action.
Oh yes, definitely.
And the procrastination is one of the easier things to do, or that thought process in terms of I'm not worthy, or the what do you call it syndrome, the imposter syndrome. All of
Yeah,
those things may come to play, but
I've,
they
I've, I've visited all those doors.
and we do. We do visit those doors. The question is, what do we do about it? And something I've been reading recently encourages me to think, okay, if it's procrastination, I'm going to destroy you with action. If it's
Mm.
doubt, or if it's fear, I'm going to disseminate you with faith. So I'm going to have faith that I'm going to keep on keeping on.
Mm.
And if it's doubt, I'm going to take the action. I'm going to remember you. I'm going to take it apart. So any of those doors that I'm standing in front of, I'm thinking, okay, let me go through, because I do know what I need to do next.
Mm.
I do understand what I need to do next. But every now and again, unless this thing called habit is nailed down,
Mhm.
put in its place, it will become effectively, it will destroy me,
Mhm.
because I allow those doors to remain closed rather than to walk through them.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. This is one of the things, is that once you realize it is within your capability, right, and then to actually be confident enough to take that step and to sit within that space of achievement.
Mm,
That is one of the things that many of us have not really experienced.
mm,
This is why quite a while ago now, one of the lessons, and most things are just like a one line quote. Most things that are influential are like a one line quote.
mm,
And one of the lines was, "Pay yourself first."
mm,
And then when they broke that down to me, or when it was broken down at the time, it was pay yourself 10% of your wage.
mm,
Right? In other words, you put this money aside, you earn it, put it aside, and that is for your future.
mm,
And then you look at, what do you need for your future? So you need self-education, you need a self-investment. You need to have something working for you.
all right.
Right? You need to have something working for you that is going to be beneficial to you and to your future of your children or the next generation, right? In whatever way you want to look on it. So therefore, pay yourself first.
Mm,
And
mm,
in paying yourself first, right, that means you would go and invest in courses that is going to be beneficial to you.
mm, mm,
Now, when you go on these various courses, right, that 90% of the information there probably is not going to be beneficial to you in any way whatsoever. But that 10% is going to be impactful.
mm,
It's going to be something that's going to take you into a new level of looking at things.
mm,
Then it's for you to activate that,
mm,
right? that is what a lot of people are saying, oh, is it really worth it? But overall and
The
over time, that is what is going to bring you to where you are now.
unless you're prepared to feed your soul,
Mhm.
do the internal work, the external work will never take place. And internal work does require you
Mhm.
to give things up, but also moving that vibration of others who are where you want to be from a learning point of view. Don't just take the learning in terms of the school and the education system as it is, because that is learning on a different level. What you need from a purpose point of view
Yeah.
may be the courses, will be the coaching, will be the mentoring, will be the other areas of life that will take you to closer to living your purpose. Whether or not you live your purpose and still as a side hustle and you still maintain the employment, there is nothing wrong with that. But in order to get to that space and in order to live in that Zoe River and that life of abundance, you do need to, and you will need to step out of your comfort zone
Thank
and
you. Thank you.
move into a space whereby you can take on board what the opportunities, and there are lots of opportunities, and sometimes you look down and you think to yourself, how did that person make so much money on doing A, B, or C?
That's right.
Because they took the opportunity, they were doing the learning, they were doing the work beforehand in order to put them in that space where they can take that opportunity.
Mhm. This is one of the things that I've noticed as well. Doing things different, right? Or being different outside of like what your normal probably peer group is, right? It's probably one of the necessary parts of the journeys that you need to take as well. Putting yourself in amongst others that you probably wouldn't be associated with at any other time, right? Is a necessary thing as well. Learning about subjects, and I learned this from Professor Les now, right? Learning about subjects that's probably contrary to, yeah, okay then. Learning about subjects that are probably contrary to your actual outlook on life as well, right? Is a necessary part of the development because you have to have that whole education, right? It's no use you pointing the finger at something that you know, we know, that is going to be contrary to our existence or your existence, right? Or your progress. No use you pointing the finger and you don't know nothing about them or you don't know nothing about it, right? And the reason why it's useless you pointing the finger in that way is because you have to have a equal and possibly a more determined argument against something by pointing out its foul it's I was going to say foul its failures, its failure, right? By pointing out its failures, right, you are able to say this is the reason why it is such a wrong way to be, a wrong way to act, right? Not necessarily the results that is happening. For instance, like what's happening with with the American society at this particular time, right? Everybody knows that. Everybody knows who lives outside, and even those who are living inside knows the failure. which is about to happen. You all know, right? But obviously, this person has got it into their brain that this is how life should be. Why? Because they're listening to the whims and the calling for injustice or injustice that is happening to others, but they know, say, that the results of what they're asking for is going to be total and absolute devastation. And if it continues down this road, obviously it's going to implode on itself. Look at the results now. Look at the results now of how the world is viewing the failure of such a society. And we're not talking about the financial aspect or anything like that. We're not talking about the money side of things. We're not talking about the the um the impact that it's had around the world. We're talking about how the people of that place are going to be looked upon, right? Look what happened. Look what happened with Germany, for instance, right? Look what happened with Germany. 1934 to 44. Look what happened, right? They had a disgruntled society, where this person came and said, "Well, obviously you're upset. Who should we blame for this?" Right? And he started with the local the local dignitaries, right? And then it wasn't only the local dignitaries, but it was, well, who is holding you poor? Yeah? Who's making you feel in this way? Look at who's being successful at this time, right? And that's when they directed their anger and their attention towards a certain sect of people, right? And even in that, they said, you know something? Anybody who's not like us, anybody who's not like us needs to leave. They need to leave. Oh, does it sound familiar? Yes, it does, doesn't it? They need to leave right now. And then they formed a party that was strong within themselves. They made up slogans. They made up ways of being for themselves. They justified their actions, right, of total annihilation of certain people, right? And they felt no way about it. Men, women, children, everybody has to go. And it wasn't even has to go. They said, you know what? Let's just annihilate them because we could just wipe them out of existence. Oh, you know something? What we could do is take over most of Europe as well. And they started on their march. And hence, this is why the German society is looked upon in that way. And in many ways, if it's allowed to, or they allow themselves to, the Americans will be dragged into the same category as well. The same category as well, which will be a stain upon their future existence right around the globe for a long time, you know? But then again, this is why we have to do our film, and we have been speaking about it for a couple of years, right? Of where we have to do our own education, stand on our own, not in a sense of that we're going to be annihilating anybody or anything like that, but to strengthen our existence, to strengthen our defense as well. Strengthen our defense against um, society's atrocities towards us, right? So even to know how we defend ourselves in the court of laws, right? That should be of utmost importance. Anywhere we go in the world, we should have a defense force that we can look upon that is going to be here to defend us. Yeah, that's going to be very important as well. Right? Anywhere we go around in the world, we're supposed to have that. Right? We should have our open arms to all around the world because we are diasporians. Right? There shouldn't be that affiliation of those places where most of the atrocities happened, right? That our identification of our location, that has to be addressed, right? I know it's not going to happen overnight. I know it's not going to happen overnight. Why? Because we need to have that space of where we can evolve our personal identification and to have a real sense of purpose and who we are, where we are in the existence of this time. Not 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago, and all this type of thing. Yeah, we are here now, and where we are right now, there are a group of us who are diasporians. So therefore, that is what it takes. See, even the push up, I'll agree with me on this. So, yeah. All right, you back with us now?
I am. That was the dust cart was coming. So you they normally come on a Wednesday morning, rising. So the fact that they didn't come just making sure that everything is out that needs to be out, that can be out. And then they've made so much noise that they just upset everything around. So, but all good. All great.
at least you know, say that they're all the same no matter where they go.
Yes. Yes.
They're all good. They're all the same.
I would have gone up and cleared up because my neighbour or one of the neighbours had left out. They hang up their bag, but obviously the dogs being what they do, managed to catch the bag and bring it down to the ground level, and everything was strewn around the ground. But they don't come in early enough in order to clear it up. So I would have gone up there and cleared it up. But yeah, just from a timing point of view. But yeah, all great. All great.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Yes, because it's good to see that things are still functioning in the way they're supposed to. And, yeah, and it's great to see that you as a neighbor is looking out for the neighbor, them showing them how it's supposed to go. And I'm sure that you get the same in reciprocation for yourself.
Yes,
as well.
yes. Because it was my neighbour across the way there that said they're coming. Because I didn't normally hear them blow from back there, but I didn't hear them blow. But she was out tidying up the front of her garden. Bearing in mind we're coming up to holiday season, but she's not gone into work today. So, and she said, "Oh, their garbage truck is coming." So she told quite a few of us. A few of us all rushed out and put out our garbage because, like I said, we don't necessarily want to leave it out, and the dogs will create havoc with it.
The what's the other thing I was going to ask? It just flashed into my mind. Labor Day. That's coming up soon.
So no, we're doing the Easter like everyone else. Labor
Okay.
Days,
It's not soon.
It's not coming up soon. It's not soon.
Oh, okay.
We're just literally coming into the Easter, so we've just got the normal celebrations that rest of the world do at this time of year.
Yeah, yeah. I did share one of those things that happens over there. The kite flying there.
Yes, yes, yes. That was, and it's something I would really love to go to, but it's just the other side of the island. And from a convenience point of view, if I'm driving, all things are possible.
Yeah.
But without without the wheels, and I've got a car that last time I'd hired it, it didn't have any petrol in it, so we ended up putting some petrol in it. But I'm going somewhere, I'm always filling up my car. If I'm coming out of London, I'm filling up my car because I don't want to have a conversation on the motorway, side of the motorway or anything like that, especially if it's a car I'm not used to. So I filled it up. But then by the time I brought it back, I'd only used a quarter of the fuel.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've got a discount with my name on it to come, but I'm not going to use it for that occasion. But it makes it easier if you've got.
I would have thought they would have had something local though.
No, different, because that side of town you've got more of the wind.
Okay.
Over here we have more rain. That side you've got more winds. Other parts of town you've got more. So the soil, the quality of the soil, so that it'd be red soil in some regions because it's drier. So that means in terms of when you're thinking about the yams, it's going to come from St. Elizabeth side, from the west side of the island because of the climate. So literally where they do the kite flying, it's almost like there are some spaces whereby if you want to do surfing, that's the beach to go to do the surfing, just because of how it's located. So Boston's a good space to do some surfing, but it isn't necessarily the surfing beach. You'd go somewhere else in order to do the windsurfing or any of that.
Okay, all right. Because it's them type of life like I'd be probably doing, something to do beach business.
No, I often hear talking about it, but it's just. I often hear them talking about it, but it's just something that it's just an area that I've just not had an opportunity to go to. So for me today, what I may end up doing is going into town for a birthday party or something like that for one of the artists, a well-known Jamaican artist. So I may be going into town in order to.
What present you going to bring for them?
Myself, I can't do. I could be one of the crowd. I don't have a problem with.
You're going to be one of the crowd.
Yes. Yes.
That's one of the things, You think, okay, then it's your birthday. Let me get you a present now. Imagine if everybody bring a present for this person. I want this.
Well, to be fair, it's Sizzler, but he doesn't necessarily need any presents or anything like that. But he's doing something.
Why is that?
Because he's
Wow.
It's not necessarily about him. I don't get the impression it's about him. He's doing things for the communities and laying on events whereby he can.
I don't know. Personally, I think that something would go down well if you're thinking of saying just a little something.
See, I don't have any copies here, even though it doesn't necessarily mean I can't get a copy. But I don't have any copies here. But it's conversations I will be having. So there's another conversation I'm having. I sent something to you. So I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be on Ascend Your Path in just under 2 strongs on Saturday, whereby I'll be talking around. The topic that I'll be talking about is embracing change when you do not want to. and
Okay.
it's AI driven change.
Uh-huh.
So again, as the ancestral voices, the young lady was saying, in terms of you've got within the one generation or the one lifespan, you've got individuals who are brought up whereby you've got the young children with the digital age, you've got the parents who have gone through, and then you've got the grandparents who didn't have any technology or anything at all. And it's how do we manage that change as adults who grew up and we didn't know, if we knew about a computer, there was the one computer in the office that everyone had to make use of, and the typist was, or the people who worked in the secretarial side of things, they had access to the typewriters that had a little bit of electricity running through it, so they could do things a lot quicker, a lot faster. If there was a room in most of our buildings where we worked, it was the computer room, and there was nothing other than floor to ceiling computers, junction boxes, yada, 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 yada. And we've grown up, we've seen within our lifetime whereby we're all carrying a computer in our hand. That's a lot faster, a lot stronger, a lot more output than what our parents would have experienced and been. And then our children just swiping, they're just looking at the left or right, they're swiping.
They got more power in their hands than anything.
And in some senses, they don't know and or appreciate and or recognize.
They don't. Look, there's one thing that happened, and it was an interview that it was being covered, and it was a few young people. When I say young, say 12, 14, right? And then there was some older, I say older teenagers, like 18, 19, 20. The 12, 14, they were young boys, right? And then the other ones were like women, you know? And they were asking each other questions. So one of the boys said, "Well, what are you reading at the moment?" Right, to the young girl. Right? And she said, "Well, what do you mean?" Because, "Well, what books are you reading at this time to improve your intelligence?" Right? And I said, "Oh, I don't read books because I just listen to audio books or I read like my social media and things." And you go, "Okay then. Okay." You know, so what audio books are you listening to then? And he goes, like, "Tell me what's the last book that you actually listened to or read." Obviously, she couldn't give you the answer. Couldn't give the answer. But he goes, "So what are you reading then?" And then he rattled off about 10 different books that he says, "Those are the ones that I'm reading this month." Right? And she goes, "What? You actually reading them?" And he said, "Yes." Right? And obviously she felt a little bit of a way now, right? But at the same time, the reason why I say this is he at some stage has been taught, right, the accumulation of knowledge and how to accumulate knowledge, i.e., to invest the time, right, whether it be tangible, audio, or whatever way that they can invest the time and to make use of the knowledge that you're actually taking in, right? Now, I'm not saying this to make anyone feel bad or anything like that, right? But you'd be surprised, and it's very, very simple, very, very simple. Start with half an hour, go up to like an hour a day, half an hour a day, right? That information that you take in that time, share it as many times as you can during the day, and you'd be surprised how much you do retain and how much you can actually share out from the information you do read.
mm, mm,
To take it, there are other reading techniques that you can speed your reading and input of information considerably,
mm,
and it's all within everybody's capability.
mm,
Whereas if I can do it, so can you.
mm,
But it's all there.
mm,
Okay,
mm,
so it's not okay. So wow, super brain, blah 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 blah. Blah. No, no, no.
mm, mm,
There's just ways of how to do things, and there are techniques that you can use, right? That can be beneficial to you as well.
mm,
So,
mm. And it's interesting that you say that, because the younger generation are
mm,
more encouraged to do the audio books,
mm,
and not then to have that experience of turning a page
mhm,
and highlighting using a pen or pencil to highlight. They do it in school to some degree,
yeah.
and they may or may not do it under protest because they're in school. But then they're discouraged. So even I've said it before, whether by my goddaughter when I was visiting, and she was doing her maths homework, and it was all done on the laptop.
Mhm,
Example was a YouTube that they could access, a private channel, if she didn't know, if she got it wrong and she needed a breakdown. And then the answer was typing it in on the laptop using the keys. And I was thinking to myself, wow, she
mm,
took out a pen and paper in order to work through and use that to work it through. But that pen and paper then would be discarded because it wasn't necessarily something that, it was just whatever was a blank page she went to and she started to do the working out. But I'm
mm,
thinking to myself, that's the way that the education system's going, whereby
mm,
everything is done via technology, that you lose the sense of connection. And I'll use that word, you lose a sense of connection with the pen and the paper. But from an adult point of view, or from an elder point of view, or from her mother and that generation, my generation, we need to embrace the change,
mhm,
not, and recognize that it can enhance what we do, rather than reject it and think, I don't understand. We
mm,
do understand, and we can overstand, and we can then use elements of it to our benefit.
mhm, mhm.
That's what
Well,
my 15
yeah,
minute talk will be.
you see what you're saying there, right? Practicality, skills, manual skills,
Mm,
right? Writing, reading and writing
mm,
in a real form,
mm,
right?
mm,
Amount of us who are struggling just to spell words
mm,
grammatically,
mm,
right? Some of us who don't even know the rules of grammar,
mm,
right? Right? So for us to actually to be alive, we need to learn all of these laws, rules,
mm,
right?
mm,
When
mm,
we there was a point there that was pointed out in one of the segments of the ancestral voices about language,
mm,
right? Learning a local language.
mm,
Personally, I think that should be a requirement for anybody that is looking to move into the African continent. That
mm,
they have a level of local language, like for their chosen region.
mm,
Right? That they should have a level of local language and comprehension as well.
mm,
But obviously, it's kind of waved to one side. But hey, I'll have a word with the leader of Burkina Faso and see what he can implement on that.
mm,
Anyway,
mm,
that will slow them down.
mm, mm, mm,
you know.
mm,
So, but all these type of things is necessary. Some kind of tangibility,
mm,
right? Don't get
mm,
me wrong. Don't get me wrong. That the development and of technological development is going to be one of those things that is going to be part of the future. That is a natural evolution anyway, right? Robotics, right? That's going to be part of the future. Efficiency programs. That's going to be part of the future, right? Um, Diagnosis of like of ailments, right?
Mm,
That's going to be part of the future,
mm,
right? So don't. It's not a case of that we're dismissing it in any way, right? But to have that skill of actually being able to write, right? Physically write,
mm,
right? And to write leisurably as well.
mm,
That you can actually comprehend what's been written,
mm,
right? Because not
mm,
everybody's going to be a doctor, although they
mm,
might write like it,
mm.
you know.
So one of the things about writing
Mm,
that we need to be aware of is that it engages a different part of our brain,
mm,
and if we do not maintain that habit
mm,
of writing, if we're writing our thoughts, we're writing our memoirs, we're writing our dreams, we're writing a poem, we're writing, but if we're not
mm,
doing that element of writing and we're just doing the reading, we are dumbing down, dampening down a
mm,
key element of our development.
mm,
Um, and when we're doing the reading, if we're not doing some writing
mm,
alongside it, we're not necessarily comprehending in exactly the same way. We may not then be able to remember it in exactly the same way because we're using our memory recall rather than our memory and our what we're writing. So we're using our eyes and we're using our brain, different elements of our brain, and we're using our hand, which again provides different motor skills that will aid with that memory recall than if we just try to say, okay, I'm going to remember it by rote. 1 times 1 equals 2 times 2 equals. It works to a point. There
in
also does need to be an element of writing.
in my studies over the years, it was pointed out by one of the lecturers who said that if you come to a lecture at between 5 or 10 questions at the end of the presentation or the lecture, you've missed the whole lesson,
Mm, mm,
right? And he
mm,
says that not every one of you will have the same questions. So
mm,
therefore there could be 40, 50 different questions out
mm,
of that one lecture,
mm,
right? And he says, therefore, I don't expect to see any hands down when I ask, are there any questions at the end of this lecture?
mm, mm,
Yeah.
mm,
That was always one of the things that stood in my mind. And it's true.
mm,
It's true. All it means is that you're not being attentive, right? Your notes are not stimulating you enough to look to the next level of interaction,
mm,
right?
mm,
Uh, you've missed the point of what the subject is about,
mm,
right?
mm,
And what is going to be the next level,
mm,
right?
mm.
So yeah.
Interesting, very interesting.
Mm,
I've not heard it being put across in that manner before, but I get it in terms of, and I've heard of others lecturers and or other individuals say, well, if you're here and you've not got a pen and paper, then what are you doing here?
mm, mm,
Because you're not going to remember everything that's been said,
mm,
and you're not going to, even if you're
mm,
listening, doing active listening, you're not going to remember everything that's been said. So you do need to be humble in the point of being prepared to take down notes,
mm.
take down, write
Absolutely.
down what's being said.
Especially if you're listening to the Blacknificent radio show.
Definitely, definitely,
Right. Listen.
definitely.
Listen. I have been tempting you a long time about your piece of works. let's talk into this right now. Let's talk into this while we're entering into the last 30 minutes of the program
Okay.
today. So let's go into it. It has been released, my people, and I've got my copy, right? And
Mm.
it wasn't passed underneath the table either. I had to go to Amazon and go get that one. That's go ahead, sister.
So yeah, so it's been a
Journey.
number of years in. Well, it has been a journey. To be
Yeah.
fair, it has been a journey. Part of the journey was, do I actually want to put it out there?
Mm,
Part of the journey was that fear. So if I go back to saying procrastination, destroy with action, and doubt disseminate with activity,
mm,
um, and just having that faith, um, and taking away the fear. Because to be fair, we often see things happen behind closed doors that we don't talk about, we don't acknowledge, and we turn that proverbial blind eye.
mm,
Or we see that it's normal because we're the person behind those closed doors, and we see that as normal behavior. Something I was watching the other day, the young lady said, when you see the pink flags, don't wait until they get red.
mm,
And
mm,
within that book, I speak about the red flags, and I speak about being a frog in slow boiling water,
mm,
because there is that thought process that you become accustomed to a way of being treated that after a while you normalize it. You make um, you make allowances, or you say, well, I will change that person.
mm.
If you're going out with someone, you're looking to change them, then that is not a red flag. That is, get out of here. Because if you have to think that I need to change someone in order for us to be compatible, then you shouldn't be there. Do
Uh,
yourself a favor and walk away.
yeah.
Do yourself a favor and walk away from them so they can live their life, because we're not here in order to change people.
Mm, mm,
We're here in order to feed into, here in order to uplift, we're here in order to love, but I'm not here in order to change you.
so true. So true. The book you've written
The book
and
that I've
you've
written
released,
is
title is.
It's My Time,
Mm-hmm,
Coercive Control Survival Guide.
mm-hmm,
So it's reclaiming your dreams.
mm-hmm,
And we all have, and again, we were speaking about dreams earlier on. We all have dreams. We all have, we want to master our freedom.
mm-hmm.
And within that book, there was for myself, I didn't have that freedom. My dreams became someone else's dreams.
Mm-hmm.
My way of life became dictated to by somebody else,
Mm-hmm.
whereby I started to walk on eggshells. I learned language in terms of coercive control that I'd never known before. I learned language such as gaslighting, which I'd never known and or appreciated before. And now I know it and I appreciate it in a different level. I learned behaviors that now when I see with other people, I will encourage them to listen to their gut and or question, because there's no need in order to live like that. There's no need in order to allow yourself to um, live vicariously through somebody else.
That's right.
So it's what, if they say this is the outfit to wear, there's no need for you to turn around. That you have a voice,
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it's the recognition that I have a voice. And whilst I was in that 14-month relationship, my voice was choked to a point whereby I had no voice. I started to think what the other person was thinking first before I'd actually make a decision for myself. Or I would make a conscious decision not to speak up because I knew that it would upset them or it would cause an argument. And if you're in a space whereby you choose not to say something because it's going to cause an argument, question why you're in that relationship or friendship. Question what benefit it is for you and for them. If you're not in a space where you can just say with no animosity, with no agenda, I disagree. And we can't come to a point where we can have a conversation in order to agree.
There is a question I would like to ask, and I haven't asked this of you yet.
Go
So
for it.
it's going to be a new direction of question, right? With all that you're going through, and now that you've released this part of your journey, right?
Mm.
What is going to be your next step? What's the next step for you in your personal journey for you?
So for me, my next step is going to be having more conversations around the coercive control, having more conversations around, because it doesn't only happen in that environment, it happens in the workplace. It happens in terms of the flip side, whether or not, rather than it be a man, the woman could be the person who's doing the abusing. It's highlighting the nature of human. The nature of human beings says that it doesn't have to be one individual. It doesn't have to come from one source. We can be, as women, just as malicious and gypsy, or even more so, because then society questions whether or not, as a man, you can't deal with that.
Well, as I've stated before, the languages that has justified the behavior, right, has been developed over a period of time, and it's been accepted. Right? That okay, then you want to be a man. Are you going to be seen to stand up to the abuse injected by a woman, right? And then the way how would you stand up to that abuse by a woman, right?
So the challenge is, if you stand up to it,
Yes.
society will turn around and she will turn around and say, you've abused me. And society's gonna believe that first until proven otherwise.
Exactly.
So even if you don't physically say or verbally say, yes, I believe you, there's going to be in the back of your mind, how can you, as a man, and my perceptions of you being a man, there must be something that you did
Exactly.
to the woman.
Exactly.
And it's just changing that narrative whereby just because from a he said, she said, or she said, he said, let's take away and let's try and dismantle what we perceive to be normal or what we perceive to be possible, and let's listen to both sides of the story. And it's as we listen to both sides of the story and we've got our pen and paper, we can start to ask the questions and ask the same question of both parties and to see what comes out. because there's likely to be disparities and there's likely to be things that don't make sense. And having those conversations will, not with the two individuals in the same room, but having those conversations with the individuals in different rooms will help you to hear before you make the judgment. Because we're not saying that one is right and one is wrong, but you need to hear both sides of the story in order to establish which one's more likely to be right or more likely to be wrong, just because of the language that they're using and how they're using that language.
Yes, yes. Many dispute has been put into that category as well,
Mm,
right?
mm,
You may there are times when a person might be right in what they are in what they believe and what their stance is,
mm,
but the strength of the falsification of the language being used,
mm,
right, in the wrong is stronger and more convincing,
mm, mm,
right? And
mm,
I can hear now, and I can feel the vibrations of the brothers out there that has been on the end of that,
mm, mm, mm,
right?
mm,
But that's that is the way. But then again, this is part of the process that we have to unpack for ourselves,
mm,
and I'm sure this is not going to be the only piece of material that you'll be sharing
mm,
and be called upon to share, right,
mm,
on this subject as well.
mm.
So
Well, I'm aiming to and looking to bring that as a TED talk, but also on the stages and groups, whether it be in the workplace and or other groups, speaking about it as something that's affecting large proportions of the population, whether it be in the UK, USA, Canada.
it's a global thing.
It's a global thing.
It's
And
global.
what many of us, what the UK have done, fortunately, is that they've put a label to the behavior.
Hmm.
But there are many countries out there that see it as normal spousal behavior or
Hmm.
husband and wife behavior or partner behavior or in behavior within the workplace, because there's one member of staff that isn't pulling their weight, for want of a better word.
Mhm.
And that's the way, in order to make sure that they start to pull their weight, by undermining them, by abusing them, by belittling them, by gaslighting, by doing other things. Within that book, I ask a series of questions which encourages the reader that if they're saying yes to too many of these questions, then there is a challenge. There's definitely a challenge here, and there's something that they need to look at and or question.
Hmm.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to read through some of those questions.
And this,
And
this is contained. This is contained
that's
in the book,
contained within the book.
which I have here, and it took less than 24 hours to arrive, right? So if you go onto Amazon, you can go and get your copy.
Yes.
Right? So it took less than 24 hours to come. So you can get that on there. It's my time. Reclaim your dreams and freedom by Sister Sandra Smith. Sister Sandra Smith. Yes, I. Is this your first book that you've written?
Well, I was part of the anthology, so that's
Mm,
the first one that I've written, expanding on. So it's a second whereby
mm,
I've shared my story.
mm, mm. Well
So
done.
some of the questions I would ask you
Mm,
is, and if you're answering yes to any of these questions, you need to then think about the value of staying within that space. So my first question would be, does your partner or abuser isolate you from friends and family? Does your partner or abuser deprive you of basic everyday needs like food, electricity, transportation, and heating? Does your partner or abuser monitor your physical or online activity, or is installed spyware on your phone, laptop, or other device? Does your partner or abuser take control over aspects of your everyday life, such as where you can go, who you can see, what to wear, when to be home, and when you can sleep? Does your partner or abuser stop you from accessing support services, such as medical services or specialist support? Does your partner or abuser repeatedly put you down, such as telling you that you are worthless? Does your partner or abuser enforce rules and activities that humiliate, degrade, or dehumanize you? And does your partner or abuser force you to take part in criminal activities such as shoplifting? Does your partner or abuser control your finances and prevent you from working or having your own money? Does your partner or abuser only allow you a small allowance that they control? Does your partner or abuser threaten to reveal or publish private information about you, like private videos or photos online? Do you feel afraid of your partner or abuser, scared that they may hurt you or your family? Does your partner or abuser constantly accuse you of something you have not done and is extremely jealous? Has your partner or abuser assaulted or raped you? So that's a series of questions, and within those questions we could have a dialogue about any one of those aspects of those questions. Those questions are red flags. I wouldn't say get down to the last question in order to establish whether or not they're all red flags.
Yeah.
They're red flags. Do something.
One of the things is what I was thinking also, right, is that obviously there could be a series of questions that you could ascertain to any situation as well,
Mm,
right?
mm,
I would feel now that the language and the conversation and the space has been provided for this type of questioning and
mm,
abusive nature to be highlighted, that it will evolve and develop into other aspects of society and life anyway.
mm,
Just like how over a period of time racism has become one of those discussion points, and within and incorporated within the working environment as part of the education of how to engage with each other, right? And I feel that this is going to be one of those things as well, that it may be incorporated or have a separate conversation outside of that subject for most people in society anyway, you know? And highlighted recently, there was a presenter, a television presenter, who's in court at this particular time, and he's been categorized in those that category of bringing those forms of abuse to his partner in one way or another, right? So in that way, there we can see that it is an active law in the UK, right? Now, as as unfortunately many of us have done, right, is that when we travel to other places, we feel that everybody is subject to the law of this place here. And it's not the case. I mean, rightly, as you said earlier on, and I want to emphasize again, right, is that it's not everywhere, right, is subject to the same law of what we would live in the UK.
Mm.
And I know that in Jamaica, that this has been a major issue over there. They say, oh, it's part of our culture and all that type of BS,
Mm.
right? But in many ways, they are still subject to the UK law,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
Now, obviously, there are aspects of the Caribbean law that they are rejecting at this
Mm.
stage.
Mm.
Right? But this I feel will be one of those things that will be used in future laws and as a protection to the abuse and murders, right?
Mm.
To the abuse and murders that have been perpetrated against women
Mm.
and children
Mm.
in that region.
Mm.
And even though I say women and children, but men as well,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
So, a case of that, you're weak, right? When somebody wants to come and murder you, right? It works. It works. It works always. It works
Mm.
always. Yeah.
Mm.
So, so therefore, you know what? Get to know, get to know, get to
Mm.
know.
Mm.
Right.
Mm.
So, and I would say congratulations on
Thank
reaching
you.
this milestone
Mm-hmm.
in your journey as an author.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I know that I'm sure that it will be picked up in the near future in globally.
Mm.
Right? I know it'll be picked up, and, you know,
Mm.
and I'm sure you will receive your duly and justified rewards in that way there as well.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
Um,
No, no, it's a conversation to be had,
mhm,
and there are people, and of the conversations I've had so far in relation to it, even if it's one element or two elements or three elements or four elements, people are starting to say, I didn't have a name for it, but I went through that.
mm, mm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And that's the stark reality of what it is that there are so many people that have gone through that. Now, I'm not
Mm,
saying that every single relationship touches all of those points, or you've got to touch all of those points. There may only be one of those points, but are you
mm,
going to change someone? Are you going to work to change someone in order to um, stop them from doing it? So if you
mm,
just take any one of the behaviors, there needs to be a conversation. You're not changing them. There needs to be a conversation. And it's as a result of that conversation will help you to decide whether or not it's something that you can work through,
mm.
work with, because the person may not necessarily be aware of
Their
but
behavior.
their behavior. But in this behavior, if they're ticking so many of the boxes, it's not that they're not aware of it. It's
Mm,
just that they don't want you to be aware of it,
mhm,
and they're doing it on a calculating
mhm,
basis in order to achieve their objective, which is to um, abuse you mentally.
mhm,
And for me, the abuse mentally is worse than the abuse physically, because the abuse physically will heal. A
mm,
broken arm will heal. You may not be able to play badminton at the way that you used to. You may not be able to run as fast as you used to. That bruise is going to disappear.
mm,
But when it becomes a mental, you don't have an opportunity to. Um, no one sees it. So
mm,
by the time it gets to the physical abuse, again, you may see that then as normal because I deserved it. So you start to tell yourself, and it becomes a conversation in your head. And we know that many of the conversations in our head are derogatory and or misleading. But yeah, I could keep talking about this and recognizing the time.
All right.
I'm a few minutes away. I'm a minutes away.
Okay then. Okay. Good. Good. Good.
So
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
what I will do is just sum up what we've spoken about so far in the program. And within the program so far, you spoke about the My Day and what you were doing in order to go through your rejuvenation. And you made a comment. You said the Queen, our late Queen, Elizabeth, had 2 birthdays, Earth days, and you see no reason why you can't have 12
Yes,
because
sir.
the first appears on every day. But what you've started to do is that you've over the years you've built up the habit, and you've built up the habit that will enhance your purpose and your existence and how you act and interact. And building up that habit has brought a number of layers in from a meditation point of view, from what you watch, observe, how you look at yourself, what you do for yourself, the circles that you move in at that period of time, the work that you're prepared to do. You then also shared 2 ancestral voices from 2 sisters. One sister who, from a Gen X, he's ticking all the boxes. She's a black woman. She's a sister. She spoke about her sexuality, and she spoke about all of the things which and how that affects her, to the point that growing up in South Africa, the education system, just the going out on protest and being presented with a piece of paper that was spoke about a law that was older than her plus some, and what was the person expected, what was society expecting. We have a new generation who are prepared to protest or prepared to stand up for what they do not see as right. But within that, they are within an education system, they're within a society that's still aiming to keep them in that proverbial box. And the second ancestral voice was along the same lines of a young person talking about the education system that they had, how it was not aligned with the education system that others, whether they be the colonial masters, had, and or the interpretation that they have. So it was interesting, both of those ancestral voices. And then for us, we've added to our perception of how that ancestral voices landed for us, our interpretation, the things that stood out for us. And then we also spoke about change, and from an IT point of view, or from a not educational, but from a how change has impacted or impacting our young people. And then we've also spoken about the book that has been published on Amazon, called It's My Time, Coercive Control Survival Guide, Reclaim Your Freedom and Your Dreams.
Well done. Well done. Well done. And just to prove that it is in existence. Okay. Right. Got the copy there, so war. Remember. Right. So please visit the Amazon website. Support our Sister Sandra, right? In purchasing a copy of that. Read it, ingest it, and share it as well. Make it a gift to somebody who you know may be going through a similar situation. And also give it as a guidebook to the young people as well, the young women, the young men out there, right? Because what them know, they will know into their future and
Mm,
avoid them type of pitfalls as well.
mm,
Okay?
mm,
Right.
mm.
Our sister now is about to start her show. So until our powers crease again. Until our powers cross again. Have a good and safe time. Okay. I know say it's holiday time as well. So
Mhm,
go down to the beach or to the park and fly your kites. Okay.
mhm,
Make it a family occasion. And if
mhm.
you don't have family, take a young child from next door and take him out. Anyway, you take care now, people. Have a great time until we meet again. Yeah.
All right then. Take care. Stay blessed, family.
Very blessed, man. Very blessed.
Lead the way, Rasta. Lead the way, lead the way, Rasta. Lead the way. In USA, Canada, take lead the way, Rasta. Lead the way, lead the way, Rasta. Lead the way. Got to play our part in this struggle that is very life and apart. Fight your little revolutions in all yeah, institutions. Show the people of Mount Zion, the one and only ever in Jerusalem, the home and the sanctuary for all of God's children. God's children, come on, lead the way. Rasta, lead the way. Lead the way. Rasta, lead the way. Africa, Italy, Australia, and Germany. Lead the way. Rasta, lead the way. Lead the way. Rasta, lead the way. Don't hesitate to preach your words, cause he is my shepherd. He said, our reward is great. I'm not from the right word. I don't want to know. It's very hard. That's one help from the Lord. He will serve you as the level of Rastamas in his campaign. Rastamas in his campaign.
Lead the way. Rasta, lead the way.
Lead the way. Rasta, lead the way. Africa, in Italy, in Australia,
In Germany,
lead the way. Rasta, lead the way. Pave the way, Rasta, pave the way. Over the world, north and south, up and down, all about.
How many of you know at least one proverb? Oh, wow. That's excellent. And how many of you use proverbs to think through the situations or events that you're going through in your daily lives? How many do that? Oh, excellent. Africa has had a long love affair with proverbs. And in fact, in Africa, we have so many proverbs. We have proverbs about proverbs. When I'm sure you've heard the proverb that it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it also takes a lot of proverbs to raise a child. And the many people who raised me used proverbs to encourage positive behavior, to help me build a personality, to help me build positive attitudes. And I have become interested in something called life hacks. A life hack is simply an idea or a method or a process that helps you to do something better or to be more effective in what you do, or indeed just to enjoy your life a little more. Now, having visited a lot of life hack websites, I have come to look at proverbs in a different way, in a new light. And my conclusion is that proverbs are actually life hacks, and we should be preserving them for that purpose. Now, when I was growing up, my parents always used proverbs to explain to me the meaning of events or circumstances, and also to clarify my actions and ideas and what the consequences of those would be. As a child growing up, I also remember one of my earliest memories when I was about the age of 8 was my father hanging up a painting in our study playroom. This painting was of a young girl about the same age as me, sitting on a stool, reading a book which was open in her lap. In his own handwriting, my father had written a proverb which he put within the frame of the painting, just below the painting. The proverb communicated to me, even to my 8-year-old mind, very clearly and strongly, that it is always important to balance your life and your work and play. So throughout my school days, university, and in fact, even in my adult life, that proverb worked as almost like a magical echo in my mind, reminding me and sometimes even instructing me to fully commit myself to the work that was at hand, because I always knew I'd find the time, I'd make the time for play. What I learned from that is that a single proverb can have a lifelong effect on your life. I love proverbs because of their powerful imagery and their beautiful abstraction. So in Proverbs, a cowardly hyena gets to live long, and crabs understand the language of the stream, and butterflies dance with their axes, and rivers embrace swimmers. I love Proverbs because they spring from the living data around us, and as means of storage and information transference, Proverbs for me are way up there with Google search and Wikipedia. I think of Proverbs as priceless parcels marked express that we can pass on from person to person and in fact send through time. My grandmother taught me a lot of Proverbs. And she, in turn, was taught by her mother. And she, in turn, was taught by her mother before her. And though those proverbs traveled all those generations, I found that a lot of the proverbs were still relevant to my life. What that taught me is that everything and nothing changes, and human experience is ageless. Now, I grew up in this city, but my parents always insisted on sending us back to the village, to my grandmother's village, for our school holidays. And in the village, proverbs and information passed from one person to the other like a living internet. And from my perspective now, where I view proverbs as life hacks, the village was almost like a life hacker's heaven, a life hacker's website. And the old grandfather and the old grandmother sitting on the reed mat, they were the bloggers, blogging and commenting every day and putting out the proverbs. They were the administrators who administered the archives. The cousin, the uncle, the nephew, the friend, the parent, those were the life hackers who were always throwing proverbs around. Proverbs were carried in conversation, proverbs were carried in admonition, they were carried in encouragement, and there were live chat groups as well. And these chat groups were that noisy group at the well, drawing water. That chat group was the bathing party at the river. That chat group were the women pounding cassava for the evening meal. And I found that when I joined any of these chat groups, I learned so many proverbs. So for me, what that means now is that I've come to understand that Proverbs is the open source knowledge platform of Africa. And we pass those knowledge from each other. We pass that through Proverbs from any person to any other. It's free access. Now, I've looked at some life hack sites, and I've tried out some things to see how the Proverbs would work in terms of the problems that I see people putting on these sites and looking for life hacks to sort them out. A life hack is something that can also just help you to readjust your emotions or to approach a problem from a different direction, or in fact, do it in a very new way. So here are some questions that I have found on these sites. And one question that I found on quite a few sites is, what do I do when I'm arguing with a person who doesn't want to stop arguing, who keeps repeating the same point over and over and over again, and they won't stop? How do I stop them? So the life hack in terms of the proverb that I came up with is this one. One who talks thinks. One who keeps silent thinks more. This proverb should be able to keep you at least calm and silent, and hopefully the other person will talk themselves to a full stop. If that doesn't work, there's another life hack that you can use. Answer not a man when he's too talkative, but remove yourself from him. Because, as another proverb tells us, an argument needs a second person. So if you're not there, the argument dies. So make your exit. Another question, life hack question that I found on the internet is that, how do I stop the habit of just sitting and thinking and thinking and thinking and not actually doing anything? And for that life hack, I have one from my own language, Bemba. And in my language, it sounds like this. Ichilafi chaimbile chishima, nenshikushala ponenamo. That basically means that procrastination dug a well and the days began to fall in. Now, that should all alert you to the fact that if you sit and do nothing and you think and you don't act, you're actually wasting your life one day at a time. And hopefully, this proverb should get you up and doing something that you need to do. Another one that I found quite commonly on the life hack sites was this one. How do I deal with ungrateful people? If you do good to 100 people and none of them acknowledge it, no part of it is lost. This proverb should tell you that never let another person's actions devalue your own. When you have done something, you have done it. No part of it is lost, even if no one acknowledges it. Now, I'm a creative, I'm an artist, and so often I find I start new things and I don't even know how I'm going to do them, where to start, what do I do first? And sometimes I get frightened and I'm thinking, what if I fail? And I start feeling weak.
Yeah, yeah. Just come
You guess what?
Just come
Oh,
Honey?
is that for me?
No, that's my one. I can buy it on my Amazon.
No, so that I meant to get a signed copy of that.
When she gets them. When she gets them, she'll do it.
Eh?
When she gets them, she'll do that.
I'm going back. Going back. I'm going back. Are you already logged out?
Yeah. And then the realize it's a bank holiday weekend, isn't it?
Yep. That's what it is. This one will always catch up on people.
Hmm?
What one are you playing?
Rainbow Country.
Ah.
Maybe it's the music, play just so for me. I can't what to be has got to be.
Dance cause we are free.
We are now boarding on platform.
Don't you understand?
Who pass that book there, stop on it? Or a read of it.
That's it gone.
I'll never read it.
Use it to write the place.
Rainbow country. Hey, Mr. Music, so cute. I can't refuse it. Always having that it's all you. From the promised land, will I go? Country, rainbow country.
Not yet. Not yet. As I'm speaking, I look, the thing gone blank again and started foolishness.
Can it do? I haven't even touched it today. One more. What this was my favorite for years. This studio. Alright. Wake up and face the morning sun. Let your sunlight touch your eyes. Everything arrives in the morning. You turn it now? You turn down the volume on the TV?
No.
On the speaker?
No. I regulated this one.
Oh, okay.
This one's on its fullest. This was going into the red, so I just took it down.
Okay. What's that? Nico's level.
Put a password on there. Can't get in it. Can't get in it.
Oh. On your laptop.
On the iPad. I don't understand what happened this one. Normally, it would be the same as the others. I understand all that happens.
Ready? That's you now. That's you, right? Yes, sir.
is massive. But this is that should be represented. But sister, I know I don't know it's all about peace, love, and unity. And that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Rockin' the Power Station.